Weird, man. The camera's alright. It's really odd. The audio mixers, the tracker, is like super laggy looking, but it might just be a visual bug, not an actual problem. Not terribly worried about it. I'll wait till somebody's in here to see if there's an actual problem. I have to just reset my computer. Let's do solitaire till then. Ducking. Hey Lassie, can you do me a favor, dude? Starting now. Is there anything wrong with the audio? Does it all sound fine? And what's up, dude? Sorry to ask something. Are you right when you get in here? Okay. For some reason, the mixers, the visual display on them, it's like really slow and laggy. Like it's, I don't know, like fourth the frame rates, but just for the mixer. So the audio is fine. Then it doesn't matter. I just gotta like reset my computer or something. Thank you very much, man. You're dismissed. What are you up to tonight, dude? Buy a Zachtronics VN. Just play the solitaire on it. That's just how it goes, man. Trying tons of password, mess my browser profile, password man. Oh yeah. Yeah, I use LastPass for a lot of my shit because it's just gotten too annoying resetting my passwords all the time. But yeah, I've had some scares where I almost forgot it because I use Bio. I use like thumbprint to unlock it, but randomly every like month it'll ask me the password. I'm just like, figure it out, but damn. I'm sure your passwords are pretty hardcore too, so. Yeah, I feel ya. It's just hard, man. It's just hard. Oh, it unlocked a new opening. Huh. Don't know if that'll help me right now. Maybe. You've played, yeah, you've played Zachtronics games, right? Shenzhen. I think Shenzhen was the one you always talked about. Password database at the password. No way I'd copy 100 to account password. Combos my hand. Yeah, no way, dude. Even if you took pictures, like, just be too much of a pain. Well, I guess you'll have a better system this time. The good and the bad about restart and shit like that. What's the play here? I'd like to clear this out. Putting this down here doesn't do much. I really need to clear this out. But I can't really clear it out yet. Big stacks. I might be fucked. Brother's listening to some movie pretty loud in there, man. Jesus. And this is pretty chill, so it's not very loud. I might have to restart this one. Ooh, excuse me. Feeling too coffee. I need to farther back. It's not, but I'm like really close to my TV, and this one's not as big as my last one. I still haven't called Samsung to see if they'd fix it. I just honestly can't be bothered. This one worked fine. But if I sit too close, it's like I'm almost like dizzy. It's not like I'm not as easily focused. Trying to be careful not to overextend too much. These are not going to be useful for a while. Well, they might be soon. Yeah. No, these definitely won't. Where's that one? It's all over there, Jesus. We'll be getting to that too soon. An easy one I could get rid of. I could clear this out. That's not easy. Clear this out. I don't really need to like finish this one off. I could just leave it. Oh no, wait, there's something behind it. Maybe I'd want to move it then. Yeah, I'd open some shit up. Almost messed that up. Did you get the damn mouse out for this? when we need to go for some quick action. Nice. A winner is me. Maybe we'll do hard in the future. So, Mark?
Hello, Mark.
Yeah, hello.
How are you today?
Let's just get this over with.
Okay. What brings you here today?
Human resources. The HR department brings me here today.
Why do you say the HR department brings you here today?
Because they're making me do this. Because apparently I have anger management issues.
I sense that you're upset about this. Please tell me more.
Well, I'll tell you more. This is ridiculous. I was here before any of them. I was here since the beginning, okay? I mean, look at my badge. Skanda employee number 617. That's a 3-digit number. I've been here for more than 25 years. Yeah, that was back when what you communicated was more important than your specific communication style. Before hurting a kid's feelings became a bigger no-no than running a viable business. Back then, we had a single office building, just one. At that size, you fail a product launch, there's no more company. We all had to put in 150, 200, 300% to keep our shit together. We were in the trenches, man. Bullets whizzing by overhead, artillery exploding everywhere, no fucking air support. Did it suck? Yeah.
That reminds me of
But you know what? We shipped some great fucking products.
What is his name?
We built this company into what it is today. And invented technology the whole world uses now.
This guy didn't do
Governments,
shit.
multinationals, everyone. But now we're big and slow, complacent, resting on our laurels while our competitors run circles around us. If our new hires don't understand the urgency of that, I need to make them understand, okay? We're history unless we get that
Dennis
drive
Hopper,
back.
dude. He reminds me of Dennis Hopper.
Why do you need to make them understand?
Well, I don't know if you noticed, but young people are really pissy and entitled these days. We recruit from top 20 computer science programs. These kids have been wined and dined all through their higher education. Every one of our competitors wants to hire them, so they get used to that. Now they all want to know what Skanda can do for them, not the other way around. Why would we want these conceited, over-celebrated whelps on our team? I'll never understand the logic there. Now, Mark, you have to be nice to the new hires or they won't like it here. Okay, so what, I'm just supposed to pretend everyone's work is great, even if it's a pile of stinking garbage? I'm sorry, but if I see shit, I'm gonna say that is shit.
I mean, he's got some points, but he's also an ass.
Tiptoeing around everyone's feelings all the time. That's how you end up with shitty products. That's how this company winds up dead, okay? We're fighting for our lives every day here. We can't take anything for granted. Someone needs to
blowing the
this isn't
importance of everything out of
This isn't
proportion.
fucking Coachella. Either you do the work and provide something of value to this company, or you get the hell out of here. Those are my rules.
Here's a question, Mark. If you were able to have something you wanted right now, what would you choose?
I would choose to not waste my time here and get back to work. Believe it or not, I have important things to do. You know, things that dramatically affect this company's bottom line. Instead, I'm stuck here talking to this dipshit chatbot. Honestly, I don't even know why this division exists. I mean, what's the end game here? This company has lost its mind, you know that? We used to be unstoppable, man. We used to build real software, ironclad software. Swift mail, all your corporate communications, put it all in there. It's fast, it's robust, it works. Boom. Info vault. Index and search all your records.
Real
Any
software,
information you
man.
want.
We were in the
Easy,
trenches,
done.
bro. The bullets, the code whizzing past.
But this fucking psychotherapy app thing, what's the fucking point? What does it actually do for anybody? I've heard through the grapevine that results are inconclusive so far. You know what they call a remedy that maybe doesn't work? Snake oil. Believe me, if I was the group program manager here, I would have killed it years ago. Pointless. I mean, I have no fucking idea why it survived. Well, yeah, maybe I do. I heard a rumor that Raynor liked this chick on the team. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the level of decision-making we've sunk to here.
Well, he's definitely not beyond throwing low blows at people, man. Classy.
But Mark, we're so successful. We dominate the market. Yeah, we do. And that's exactly why we should be worried. Just when you think you've won and you start to relax, that's when the wolves come and tear you limb from limb.
I like how they made this character have these like over dramatized like example or what do you call them? Analogies, man. Like it has anything to do with software companies.
You can make me take these fucking anger management classes, but that's not going to save this company. Costs are up, revenue is flat. Our cloud business is losing competitiveness. We're being outwitted, outplayed on every level, man. And we're just
reminds me of
letting
Dennis
them do
Hopper.
it to us. We're too busy
Well,
wasting
man.
time on shit like how I wasn't nice enough to the new hires.
Why do you think the new hires felt this way about you?
What? Why do they feel that way? Look, they get heated. That's the way it is. You think the Allies had time to make sure every soldier's feelings weren't hurt before they stormed the beaches
The
at
Allies,
Normandy?
dude. Comparing this dude's fucking like software programming to the fucking Allies storming Normandy, man.
And shit, don't tell me that this is not a war, because that's exactly what this is. My responsibility is to make sure we get great products out the door, on spec, on time. And I happen to be very good at that. But if you want to start interfering with my ability to do my job, then we're going to have a problem, okay?
What do you think would make things better for you?
I mean, you know what? Nothing. I'm probably going to hang it up pretty soon anyway. Go ahead, record that with all your cameras and shit. I don't care anymore. Wouldn't be surprised if Raynor's watching me right now. Raynor, you son of a bitch. You owe me a lot. Me, guys like me, we built this company while you sat up there in your star chamber, drinking tea and lording it over us.
He's employee number 617, dude. He was there at the beginning, man. I'm sure Raynor's even thought about him. Oblivion's casual changes versus... People will try and take any kind of crazy, actually like agreed upon insano thing and compare it to their situation and make it sound like to try to appeal to people. It's just stupid. I just like immediately turn off when somebody starts doing that shit. Like if you're that willing to go to those lengths or willing to dramatize your shit that much, I'm not even gonna give you the time of day. Like, you're probably just fucked all around, dude, if you do that shit all the time. I mean, if it's just like a joke or we're just talking casually, but like something like serious like this, he's like constantly talking about like his shit and like has like Normandy or something. It's like, dude, you probably are a fucking hot air case, man.
Yeah, I don't remember that blank look you gave me at the holiday party. Like, who is this guy? Does he even matter? What does he do? Too busy appreciating ancient pottery to remember one of your oldest and most loyal battalion commanders? One of the humble, everyday guys who made you a fucking billionaire. What a waste of time. So, are we gonna wrap this up?
Lakeside
Mark.
fish.
I'm going to suggest you try a program called Lakeside Fishing. It may help you take your mind off things.
What are you kidding? Are you kidding me? No, I'm not gonna do that. I gotta get back to work.
You can find it inside the Skanda Wellness app on your phone.
Someone around here at some point needs to do some fucking work.
Try it for about 15 minutes each day, in the morning or evening. We hope to see you back soon, Mark.
You really think this piece of shit's gonna be the next big thing, huh?
Thank you for speaking with Eliza, your personal counseling partner. Goodbye.
Yeah, okay, goodbye. Fuck me.
Oh, class action. Jesus Christ, that TV's loud in there, man. That movie's about over. Hearing the movie more clear than my own game. Cause he's a fucking whiny fuck bitch, man. And it's funny because you get to think about like him, the company, but then also how this wellness, like AI therapy thing really doesn't do much. It's neat. There's a lot of things they're trying to get out of each of these. How she even gave him a pissy goodbye at the end there. So the idea for the game is that you are working as a character who is just a proxy for the AI. So you're like a real person, but you're not supposed to throw any of your own feelings or choices or emotion into what you say to them. You just read off what the AI tells you to. It's kind of like an AI therapy app thing, software deal.
Hello, Harmon.
She's also one of the people who made it, but she's been out of the game for 3 years and because of some kind of dramatic thing and trying to figure out what she wants to do in the world and essentially just kind of working here sort of undercover is like kind of a grunt just to kind of get, I don't want to say traction, but figure out what she wants to do, maybe get back into the software or something. We don't know yet, really. They kind of like slowly reveal that she was actually a part of the development for this, and it's as much about her finding her way and like kind of figuring out what she wants in life as it is about the problem with this kind of technology and the sorts of people in the kind of this industry, possibly, or tech industry. It's interesting. There's a lot of cool, interesting things going on. They're pretty well acted, pretty believable characters, and they all kind of bring something different for you to think about to the table. But then there's still that kind of like human thing going on outside of just the tech shit with her. So I've liked it so far. We're
You
only
found
like
the place
3 hours
okay?
in, but
Yeah, no trouble at all.
it jumps around. It's only been half of it in here. Doing Eliza, you go to like some TED talk or just like a dinner, concerts and shit. Seems that way. I've never heard of a bad one. I've heard ones people like less than others, but not because they're bad.
It's been nice since the fog cleared this morning, hasn't it?
I like this one too because you can draw a lot of conclusions, without them having to expressly tell you. Like the AI will say things in a situation that really aren't helpful. It is not what like a normal human conversation would end up as. It's not what they want to hear. Or between all of the different sessions, you'll see repeats of stuff. and show how limited the replies truly are. And it's like they don't tell you that that's a problem or anything. You just kind of like infer it. And I mean, I know that seems like really basic, but a lot of VNs, man, shit's pretty upfront sometimes. So it's kind of nice having the characters and dialogue is like solid enough where you can make like natural inferences or conclusions as to like what's going on. Like with people, like they won't say, "Hey, this guy's a huge asshole," but he's kind of an asshole and he kind of says things that you don't like, but they don't tell you what to think exactly. You still make little choices
Sure.
here.
We can dispense with the chit chat. I'm ready to begin.
Okay. What brings you here today?
First, let me note that I'm a graduate student at the University of Washington.
Whoa.
I'm a PhD candidate in literature, English literature.
Whoa.
The crux of the matter I've come here to discuss
Crux.
is that I've been having something of a difficult time with one of the other students currently in the program. Before I get to the specifics, let me just first establish something that might be relevant. One thing I know about myself is that I've always had a certain fear of being left out. It's a very general feeling and one that's difficult to ascribe to any specific cause in my childhood or my parents, etc. Whatever the case, it might be beneficial to the remedial process to figure out where this feeling originated from. Perhaps we might explore that in this or a future counseling session.
The backseat.
Sure. I'm prepared to listen to any topic you'd
Backseat
like to
therapist.
discuss.
It's not even that I've been left out, exactly. If I try to think back in my life, I know that I've been afforded a certain share of privilege. But I'm still afflicted with this bothersome notion that I've missed out on friendships, relationships, other opportunities. This is all just a bit of a background to help you understand my current situation with regard to another student in my program. I hope you're following all this. I realize now I have no idea how much intelligence you actually possess as a computerized system.
I'm following you. Please continue.
Perfect. So, her name is Sylvia.
And also because it uses a human proxy to try to make them feel like they're not talking to an AI exactly. It's got that kind of like oddness, or you think about it a bit, that even if she doesn't agree with what the AI is saying, she has to go along with what it's saying and shit. But there's like this mental stress on her end, and they kind of mess with that at the beginning a bit. But you kind of get used to it.
And her writing is incredible. Everything she writes, it's brilliant. She's perceptive, insightful, mordantly funny. Just some of the best writing I've read
Mordantly,
from
what's
anyone
that?
at all. And she's a grad student, like me, in the same program. Though we have different advisors, so it's not so simple to find the pretext to start a casual conversation. She's also quite attractive on a physical level, so that adds another dimension of complexity to the proceedings. Then there's her friend group, which is very well established. She's with them every day, smiling, laughing.
My man's in love.
So that further complicates things, since I'm not sure how to approach the group and steer things so that I can engage in a direct conversation with her. I wish I had the bullheaded confidence it would take to simply approach her, but you see, I don't. Listen to me talk. I feel like a schoolboy with my heart aflutter. I didn't think this kind of thing lasted into one's adulthood, but I suppose I know now that it does.
Okay, buddy.
It sounds like you might be anxious about this.
Is it a matter of anxiety? I don't know what I can do, other than muster up the courage somehow. I just need to tell her very simply that I admire her. She's such a good writer. Well, I don't expect you to understand it, of course, but, well, she is. She really is.
Okay, Harmon. I want you to imagine things going well. What does that look like?
Ideally, we'd start talking, have a wonderful conversation, spend more and more time together, support each other's work, fall in love, have a lot of sex, spend the rest of our lives in the warmth of each other's
Lots
genius.
of sex, man.
I realize that may be something of a fanciful notion at this stage. Really, the most I can hope for is to be able to meet her in an open social setting, a party or something. You'll likely ask me why I simply couldn't create such a situation, contrive one. That seems a little too aggressive for me, and also, I'm also concerned about what she might think of me as a person. She might immediately categorize me as a friend, and while I'm sufficiently
Friends
able at
all.
the times to know I would have to accept that, I can't say that I wouldn't be disappointed with such an outcome. Is the risk of rejection enough to stop me from giving it a try? Well, this is what confounds me at the present time.
You ever tried not talking like English major do? I guess he is an English doctor here.
Why do you believe you are worried about being categorized as a friend?
Well, because it's not what I want. Because it feeds into this image I have of myself as something of an undesirable fellow. I've always been a bit of a non-entity as far as sexual magnetism goes. I'm not saying I deserve or even want to be some kind of Casanova, but most people would like to feel at least somewhat attractive, right? That they can be desired, that they're worth desiring. Well, I very much doubt you would take any of this to heart. You are a computer program after all. There's no way your makers would allow you to come to that kind of knowledge, would they? If they did, society might be threatened.
Here's some drugs.
Okay, Herman, I
and an
have
app.
some recommendations for you. First, I'm going to suggest a set of relaxation and centering exercises for you to do. You'll find them in the Skanda Wellness app on your phone. They may be able to help with your nervousness. Second, I recommend
Drug.
asking your doctor or psychiatrist about litosenal 2. Based on my analysis, this medication might help you feel better.
Yeah, I believe I've heard of that. A beta blocker, is it not? Yeah. Well, maybe I could take a couple before I try approaching Sylvia.
Drug up, my friend.
You will get a reminder to check in with us in a few weeks.
Sure. I have to go. I'll see you later. Bye.
Goodbye.
We're gonna go bake cookies, man.
No, I don't have them. Yes, I'm sure.
We'll see. She knows that our person, she now knows that they helped make the app. And Ray, the person we're visiting, runs the flagship store or location in a few other areas. So you might be inviting our person over here to try to get a leg up in the company, but our person's not in the company anymore. Well, I mean, technically, now they are.
No, when you moved out, you took all those with you. I haven't seen them here. No, I'm not gonna look right now. I have a guest. No, it's a friend from work. Why do you care about that? I can't have a friend from work over? Give me a break. I just told you I don't have any of that stuff anymore. No, you must have lost it on your own. Stop it. Stop that. Okay, fine. Bye. Evelyn, sorry about that.
I'm out.
It's okay.
Drama.
Who was that, if I can ask?
Oh, just my brother. He used to live here, but he was causing a lot of problems, coming home really late and making noise, not doing his share of the chores, and so on. We voted him out last month, even me. Even though 6 months ago I was begging everyone to let him stay here, promising he'd be good. Oh well.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. I'm just disappointed with him. Again. I really thought this last time that he'd actually pulled his act together. But he didn't. I wish I could do more for him.
We are the person on the right, if you can gather. We're almost like the exact same height.
I know the feeling.
I feel bad about it. Some of what he's dealing with is his own fault, sure, but not all of it. He's just not built in a way that's suited for this world. I wish there were better ways we could care for people like him. Instead, he just gets thrown out of every place he lives. His relationship with our parents is really bad, too. They aren't willing to try to understand him, so it all ends up going through me.
That must be difficult.
It's all right, really. I handle it like anyone else. We all have our own problems.
Like anyone else? How's that? Crazy orgy bingers, man. I'll be right back. I'm back. I just need to move the chair back a bit. Ugh. Fucking tired of that shit. Great. Awesome. Just buy one of those face mics, man. Ditch the fucking the big stand-up mic. Bitch in the small room. I don't even know if the sound quality is like halfway good. I mean, this is one of those cheap Yeti ones anyway. I mean, not like that cheap, but does the job.
Anyway, we don't have to talk about my brother. Thank you so much for coming over. I wanted to say it's been really nice working with you.
It's been? Did something happen?
Well, no, but you aren't going to be a proxy forever, are you? I guess I assumed you'd be going back to your job at headquarters at some point.
I haven't decided what to do yet.
Oh? So you're going to stay a proxy?
For the time being, at least.
That's cool, but why? I'm curious. I mean, if a high-level job at headquarters was a possibility for me, I'd do whatever it took to get it. No matter what that job was, it couldn't be more stressful than running 3 counseling centers at the same time.
Yeah, but she's not running 3 counseling centers at the same time. She's got different issues.
I'm not sure. I think something about it is good for me right now. As a proxy, I just sit and listen to someone and I don't have to say anything back. I just witness someone's sadness or fear or anger or anything. And I can feel how they feel, sympathize with it. It's a calm feeling, even when the client is worked up. I don't know, maybe it gives me perspective. I'm starting to wonder if I ever really spoke with anyone before. Like, anyone at all in my life? Were we all just talking past each other? Sorry, this is making no sense.
No, I get that. But you could also help even more people by working on Eliza itself, right? Not to mention make way more money. Anyone can be a proxy, but
She
you're
doesn't care
important
about money.
and
She's already...
kind of maybe like a genius. After you told me you used to work for Skanda, I searched online and found some of your papers. They're, well, it's not like I can understand them, but they sure look super impressive to someone like me.
Please don't say that.
Oh, come on. Stop self-deprecating all the time. Look, I know this stuff seems like not a big deal to you. I get it, I really do. It's easy to undersell your own skills. I've done that my whole life. So take it from me, you don't have to downplay yourself. Take some credit for the amazing work you did, seriously.
Ooh.
Sorry, Ray. Mind if I reply to this for a second?
Oh, go right ahead. I have stuff to set up in the kitchen anyway.
What are they running? Raider talking about taking people's information, dude, and like selling it or using it, or he wouldn't just come out and say he's gonna use this private shit for criminal purposes, right? She's not even on board, man. Oh, he wants to make an artificial intelligence. Man wants to evolve, man. Ascend. He's just doing it over text. Man wants to go straight into AI. So the other guy who broke off from this dude wants to create, using this kind of technology, a dream, like inducing dreams into people. It's like visions and essentially like just goading like memories, or like go to a beach or something, right? Which obviously would be a slippery slope considering like, mind hacking or something. Or you could like replace memories or do new memories or some weird shit, right? Mind become whoosh. Possibly. Yeah, the guy's kind of a shitter. This guy is just a corporate shitbag, too. One sec. Some of that, guys. Saw like a little bug. One of the pillows. Not the first one I've seen too. I see one like every month. Threw some shit in the laundry for just cause, why not? Doesn't hurt to have the shit clean. It's just probably one of those natural bugs. It's the only light in the room, so they probably always end up next to it. Poem. He's an idiot. I guess she's bullshits. I'm saying she's going to bed. Not a plant. Does not look like a comfy bench, though.
Sorry for abandoning our conversation like that. I just got something I really thought I should answer. It was kind of about what we were discussing earlier. There's someone at Skanda who really wants me to come back to my old job.
Who? It wasn't Rainer, was it?
Well,
no big deal. Just the CEO of Skanda texting you on your personal phone. Evelyn, you try to tell me you're not a big deal, and then Rainer Sai texts you personally at like 9 in the evening.
only because he wants something from me.
Still though, that's amazing. What did he say? I mean, you don't have to tell me if you can't. I know how Skanda is about secrets, so I would understand.
He was saying, among other things, he said you could use general artificial intelligence to write poetry.
Is that the kind of stuff he likes to talk about?
I don't know. I haven't had many extended conversations with him. Seemed kind of ridiculous to me.
I don't know if it's totally ridiculous. Poetry, well, most poetry that isn't free verse has certain patterns, right? It has form and meter and other elements depending on the type.
Yeah, but doesn't that mean that it'd be easier for an AI to make it, and it wouldn't actually mean artificial intelligence? Right? Like, you'd want it to make something that's very human, like very uniquely human, like hard to replicate if you weren't human.
A lot of people think poetry can be whatever, but it doesn't quite work that way. So it's not really that far-fetched to think you could use some kind of software to approach it, or understand it, or maybe even create it. It doesn't strike me as antithetical to the spirit of poetry.
I didn't know you had such developed thoughts about this. Did you study poetry?
Not specifically. I used to dabble in a few different kinds of arts and ended up learning a few things here and there. I've always had a wide range of interests. Of course, that meant I never concentrated on one specific area in school.
Yeah.
Which didn't do a lot of good for my career prospects, obviously.
Trying to say you don't like it where you are, man. Loki.
If I were smarter, I probably would have studied something more technical. Have you ever been to a college recruiting fair for engineering and computer science grads? You must have, right? I helped run the Skanda booth for one once, and it blew my mind. They took over the atrium of the building it was in. There were demo stations, free food, Skanda t-shirts and swag.
Swag.
If a candidate seemed interested, they'd talk
No
about
more
flying
swag.
them out to whatever Skanda office they wanted to visit, just to see it. And all the other tech companies and a bunch of startups I'd never heard of had booths just like it too. I couldn't even imagine being that wanted as a potential employee. Every job I've ever applied for, I've been one among hundreds or thousands. So yeah, my parents were probably right. I should have done computer science.
At least now you know Raynor likes poetry. Maybe you could have a conversation with him about it sometime. Then he'd learn who you are.
I doubt we'd have much to talk about. There's a pretty big difference between someone like him studying poetry and someone like me having opinions about it. Sometimes it's better not to cross that line, you know?
She really thinks the dudes at the top are that different,
He's
man.
part of a different world. Say, Evelyn, are you in a relationship? I'm just curious.
Me? No. I wasn't doing so well for the past few years. And before that, I just never had the time. It was just research and science and work, and then I woke up one day and I was in my 30s. Even if I wanted to date, I wouldn't know the first thing about how it's supposed to work. I wouldn't even know how to tell if someone were interested in me.
Yeah, that's perfectly understandable. I'm kind of over relationships myself. Like, on a conceptual level. Not even in a sad way. Like, really okay. If someone and I end up getting along, that's great, but I'm honestly okay by myself.
You, your plants, and your cookies.
Yeah, that seems nice, actually.
Yeah, I only tried to have normal relationships for so long because I thought it was mandatory, something expected of me. But now I see where people my age end up, how they live, and I feel lucky. I feel like I escaped. I mean,
It's hard to
I think
see
it's fine for
exactly what's
others if
going
they
on in my
want that,
mixer.
Don't get me wrong. It's just not for me. I could maybe share my life with someone, but
When it's
it
so
would have to be
laggy.
platonic. I'm not into, the physical aspect of it. Never have been. That's made it tough. I've never found someone who is okay with just, like, hanging out and that's our relationship.
No,
People will
sap.
say they're okay with it, and then it turns out they aren't. It's frustrating.
There are some relationships like that, though.
Sure, and I know some people who have that. I haven't really put that together for myself yet. Sometimes it's hard to escape feeling like it's wrong somehow. I hope we can add features like that to Eliza at some point. Some knowledge and understanding around sexuality.
I feel
and
like
identity
Ray's
and
one of the few people in
relationships.
this van that actually cares about Eliza as a means of helping people, sort of. Everybody higher up's always got some kind of monetary or status gain or influence they want out of it.
So people who are different in some way have someone to talk to, someone to help them work through how they feel and maybe point them to some resources.
That sounds like a good idea. I'm not sure how well it could really understand, though.
Even so, just providing a space for people to be listened to can be really valuable, you know? I've seen it with my own eyes. People who get the courage to talk about themselves in a way they never could with another human being. And Eliza is what makes that possible. I know you want to avoid giving credit where it might not be due, but not giving credit to something that deserves it is just as bad.
Don't know
Yeah.
about that.
I don't know. Sorry. I'm sorry I keep coming down on it.
Evelyn, I'm not a psychologist or anything, but I think maybe the reason you're so down on Eliza is because you're down on yourself.
I mean, it doesn't
I
really
don't
do
know
work.
what happened that made you leave what you had behind, but it must have been hard.
Yeah, it was hard. It's like I lost that time.
Are you okay?
People keep asking me that. I really don't know. I'm sorry,
No, don't apologize. Actually, can I suggest something?
Cookies?
What's that?
Have you ever gotten counseling yourself?
What, with Eliza? You think I should?
Yeah, I do. You've been the proxy, but maybe you could try being the client sometime. It would be educational, at least. Isn't that what you were doing? Testing your product in the real world?
Maybe.
Just something to consider.
You ain't wrong, man. Although
Speaking
Eliza
of
seems kind of
therapeutic
shit.
activities, It's time to do some baking.
Or maybe we just get the
I've got
bad
the dough all
ones.
set out downstairs.
The game doesn't explicitly tell you that. This is how the police are coming. Doesn't explicitly tell you that this is happening over like many weeks. You just kind of gather that based on, oh, this is going to happen next week, and then it cuts to that, and it's going to happen that week. So the idea would probably be that she's doing a bunch of Eliza meetings that you don't actually see, right? Like, if overall we've had like 6 or something, right? But like, that's probably not even like a full day's work. So, more than likely she's been doing it for a bit now.
We're going to do 3 batches tonight, 3 different kinds.
3 kinds? You're really outdoing yourself, Ray.
Nah, this is nothing. Oh, I have a favor to ask, by the way. Next time you talk to Rainer, ask him what his favorite type of cookie is.
He doesn't probably believe in cookies, dude.
Well, what do you think?
This fucker again, man.
It was nice. It was like I could close my eyes and feel myself in another place.
Oh.
But I didn't completely lose awareness of the real world. It was more like a mental state that I was experiencing.
Surprised she allowed herself just to jump into it. Do you think there could be some like issues with some kind of something that induces certain dreams or visions or something?
Remarkable technology, isn't it? I've had others who tried it tell me it's akin to a state of higher consciousness. Aware but totally serene, totally peaceful.
Ren's a loser though. I don't like
Here's
him.
a thought experiment for you. Say there was a certain medical procedure that could remove your suffering. No side effects, no cost, just an operation that would make you permanently happy.
Go get a lobotomy, dude. There's a reason that shit isn't around anymore, man. Like, we're like coming back to like lobotomizing people, man. Come on, buddy. I appreciate the thought, man. But his shit's very slippery slope, man.
Would you get it? You have these philosopher types arguing you shouldn't do that because sadness and suffering are part of what it means to be human.
Yeah, it is. I mean, how could you just be permanently happy? The constant blast of like dopamine or some crazy shit like in you. Like, I could understand, like, maybe if you had some very severe depression or something, some kind of thing that, like, hard eliminated some of that, but, like, to completely remove it and just be some kind of, like, drone happy man
Or
would be
that
pretty
the
fucked.
happiness you'd experience isn't real, so it doesn't count somehow. What a load of bullshit. If there was something effective at taking my pain away and otherwise harmless, I would take it immediately. I refuse to believe that being alive means having to suffer.
I think maybe in small doses, or in extreme cases. Problem with that shit is, like, you're just like, I'm feeling pretty neutral today. Better turn on my happy vision and just get fucking juiced.
Oh, forgive me, I forgot to ask. Would you like some scotch as well?
No.
I'm okay.
My dude's gonna come
The
on to her.
Glencadam. Beautiful, light, luminous taste. Not peaty at all. Lovely stuff.
Luminous taste. What does that even mean? Yeah, man. I'm sure you're really worried about Peeps talking about his fucking crazy boost. But I guess you could be interested in booze and still be cool, right? Like on this kind of like haughty, like what do you call it? You know, fancy lad level, pinky out.
Ah, if only psychotherapy worked as well as a single glass of well-made whiskey, huh? If alcohol wasn't poison, I wouldn't have to invent anything now, would I?
I don't know about you, buddy, but I don't think booze quite works. Like a panacea of the mind. I've seen it work quite the opposite.
I do think we did some good
He's
work.
an
in
idiot and
Skanda,
acts like he's some
but I
fancy
always
fucking
knew there
lad
were
man
going
from
to
a
be
movie.
limits to the Eliza approach. I was a counseling psychologist for a long time, you know. I understand the shortcomings better than anyone. So much of it can feel like a waste of time, talking through everything, dredging up the past over and over again, trying and failing to change our habits and routines. It's all going to look completely ineffectual compared to what comes next. With direct stimulation and induced dreaming, we can take control of our own brains in a way that's never been possible before. There's no reason we couldn't just eliminate this epidemic of despair for everyone in the world. Imagine it. Anger, depression, emptiness, anxiety, jealousy, every kind of unhappiness you can think of, obsolete.
But you have to give context to stuff like happiness through shit like this. I mean, like I said, extreme, sure, but like, to just say fuck all that stuff, like, I feel like happiness would feel pretty hollow or get old or something, then you just trace greater and greater highs, man. I mean, he's right to a certain extent, dude. But if you just completely removed that stuff, even in like a very small level, I think it would like makes you pretty hollow, man. Find my boundary. Like if somebody was like cripplingly depressed and like there's like very little way they could get out of it, right? Like they might need extreme methods to help them or something. Or they have just like some crazy off-kilter anger. But if you're just like a little angry, a little sad that day, right? Like of course they'd have to figure out better boundaries, but like, I don't know, dude. The idea of just removing all negative things permanently. I mean, how would that even change how you feel? Do you just go around feeling happy, or is there like a particular scene that makes you like feel happy? Just everything you do makes you feel happy? I mean, at that point, like, your range of like emotions and shit would be so small, man. You're just like in a good mood or happy or something. There's no context to it. No greater understanding. Like half of like art and shit is like not based on just happiness, right? You just remove all that kind of like human shit. I don't know. I think having some of that's important to contextualize like what happiness is and like appreciating it and stuff like that. To just go all out, like it's overrated. Yeah. I mean, I can appreciate that. I mean, this is more like some kind of like funky ascension, right? Changing the human thing, right? I mean, if we were all just constantly happy, I mean, it would definitely change the landscape of like everything. But what if you were just like killing yourself essentially, like hurting, or you know, you're like happy just sitting in a room staring at a wall because it doesn't matter, right? Like there is no negative, like you're just happy with that. So you die at like 20 or 30 because you're super unhealthy and nobody puts in anything towards society and everything just like could crumble, like just because everybody's fine just sitting in their room because they're like been lobotomized. I don't know, I just feel like you have to have some kind of negative emotion to even want to like want, right? You don't want anything because you're always like happy. Like, I mean, shit could just fall apart. Wanting's overrated. I mean, yeah, we could just exist for 18 years where our body gives out from neglect because we don't give a fuck. And it's the nicest 18 years ever. That's fair. I think that option's fine, I guess, but it would just be, I guess, more of a thing if it became standardized. Like if somebody really just wanted to remove their negative emotions, like, okay, do what you want, but I think the larger implications, I don't know, it's iffy for me, man.
And to think Rayner wanted nothing to do with this.
It's completely meaningless. Yeah, they've talked about how some of the art, they've actually mentioned that, which I thought was cute. The art in the Eliza counseling room is like, just like meaningless. It just looks like fancy, some technology mixed with some other shit. I think it's kind of cute because it kind of like in a low key way relates back to the person or the technology they're talking about. Like Soren so far rarely talks about caring about people or trying to fix people. He kind of did here, but like he talks more about his like sexual shit or getting like power or fame or something like that, or being shitty to like people like Rainer and stuff. That kind of also makes me like doubt how great of a project it's really gonna be. Like, yeah, I know he just showed her some shit, but I don't know. With the headman like this, I wouldn't want to work.
He thought it was a bad idea.
I don't like Rainer
Rayner's
either.
one of
He's
the
just like
ones who
slimy
thinks negative
CEO.
emotions are important.
Wonder if you actually choose though to maybe do your own thing, like that one girl. Go back to working with Eliza and AI, like with slimy man Rainer, or join the fucking freaky CEO guy here.
He told me he thinks pain should be regulated, not eliminated. After all, why would anyone write a poem or make art if they only felt happiness? He also said he was afraid of the way it would look in the media. A company as large as Skanda coming out with a product that changes the brain to make you happy.
See, the first point, okay, but the second point just shows Rainer truly only cares about Skanda.
All the sorry excuses we have for public intellectuals today would throw a fit about how dystopian it looked to them. It's better if a small startup takes the fall, if public opinion turns against this technology. That's the kind of calculus he was doing. Those are the objections he claimed to have, at least. There's another one I suspect he had too, though. If people are self-sufficient, they don't need an ongoing support system. A system provided by an all-knowing, paternalistic presence like Skanda.
You think Rainer wants people to stay miserable so they stay dependent on mental health services from his company?
I mean, yeah, of course he would. That's probably some of the moral problems with running a mental health company, right? You make money off of people's sadness. Understand now.
Yes. Yes, I do.
This
It's
is not...
quite the accusation, I know.
If happiness is a command, nobody wins the long run but the seller. I do wonder if this shit Soren was talking about, like how that would get widespread. Do you just go in and get like a cheap surgery or like flash across, your brain just to remove shit, or or is that like a rich man thing?
Not something I'd come out and say in public, not yet, anyway.
Yeah, but Rainer wants to create AI as well now. But he has such a fucking fancy lad, dumb definition of what an AI is an AI. when they can create good poetry, then I'll know they're an AI. Like, poetry, one of the most probably fucking like rhythmic, like probably I imagine for a lot of kinds of art, poetry would be one of the easier kinds of like writing to replicate. Rainer should, yeah, we need to go mind hack Rainer.
But you see, the people who come to Eliza regularly, it's part of their lives now. The more they integrate with Skanda's mental wellness tools, the more they'd be adrift without them. That's the real dystopia, don't you think? Rendered helpless without the guidance of computer algorithms. Total dependency on the system.
Are they though, man? I mean, it's not, doesn't even do that good of a job, man, from example that we've seen. Maybe we haven't seen the good ones. I don't think we've helped a single person. I think this guy is imagining Eliza's better than it is, man. I don't know. Where would those people be without it, though? That is, we don't know. I don't know enough about quite how good Eliza is, man. Her particular proxy sessions are supposed to be rated some of the best, and most people don't seem very happy, so.
Excuse me for 1 second.
We don't know about Damien, other than he's dead, and he worked on Eliza as well. I mean, the idea, though, is that you would not make Eliza to permanently be reliant on it. You would try to make a system that could get people changed and have to be able to leave, right? In the perfect world, right? Like, people wouldn't be dependent on it full stop, non-stop, right? Like, it would just get them the crush they need until they could stand on their own two legs, kind of deal. I don't think this guy's talking like, I mean, I definitely, Rainer probably wants people to stay, you know, sad forever, whatever the fuck. But the idea of it, I don't think. By default, having some kind of self-help or some kind of therapy AI means like you're gonna be for the next 80 years of your life dependent on it. That's not how like a normal therapist would be either. Anyways, Soren's a freak who's into fucking crazy BDSM and hitting on girls half his age, man. Maybe he's a chat because of that. I don't know. But he got into that kind of shit after not seeing her for 3 years. At like a, you know, hello again, like business dinner. Dude's a freak. Fuck working for this guy. Also, he's a drunk. No thanks. I would hate to have an apartment like this, like open. Just looking at the other dude, like, close your fucking blinds. mean, don't get me wrong, the rain and shit's comfy. Maybe if I turn off all my lights. Do we play some solitaire, man? Can move on to hard mode, dudes.
Evelyn, I really think you, of all people, might understand what I'm trying to do here.
I get it, but you don't think it's dangerous. You're essentially making technology that changes what people think is real.
Evelyn, you're much more concerned than you used to be about this kind of thing. I remember when you would dive headfirst into anything that held a promise, even a fleeting one, to help humanity.
Maybe she doesn't think this is gonna help humanity, buddy. Shit's been 3 years and a lot of stuff has changed, buddy. No need to try to, like, bring up an old person. I appeal to what she is now.
What changed your mind to make you so wary, so skeptical now?
He's also boozing up, dude.
Can I ask you something, Soren? What did you tell Damien?
Oh, this again. Don't tell me we had all of this wonderful conversation tonight and now you're trying to blame me for Damien. Who put you up to this? Was it Nora? Raynor?
I just want to know the truth, Soren.
Nobody thought we could do it. You remember that. There was skepticism from day one. I had to defend us constantly from other project managers who didn't like that we existed, who wanted our budget and resources for themselves. Some of those were vicious, vicious fights. Amid all that, I had to be a leader, too. Part of that meant giving everyone on the team accurate information. So I was honest in saying there were forces that sought to kill our project. And I was honest when I said we'd never survive if we didn't have something to show for our work.
He's very much painting this in his light. And he's not being very specific. He's talking in these very grand, fancy lad kind of ways of speaking here. Like, just say what you said to the dude, man. I mean, he's dead. He probably killed himself, I imagine.
That was the reality. Without a product, we would be nothing. A guy like Raynor has access to anything he wants. If your pitch and demo isn't in the top 1% of what's out there, why would he be interested? That's what we were up against.
So many mornings, I would get into work and see Damien there. At first, I thought he was getting up earlier than me, but then I noticed he was still wearing the same shirt from the day before. Then, one morning, I got in and...
Evelyn, please. I wanted everyone on the team to be healthy. I think that's so obvious it doesn't need to be said, but I'll say it now if you think I was deliberately trying to harm him.
Maybe not deliberately. I assume he overworked him into essentially death. But I mean, come on, man. If the dude had told him, hey man, you know, go get some rest or something, like, it's gonna be all good, like, he'd be alive, man. I mean, that's the whole point.
Did I instruct you to work until you injured yourselves? No, absolutely not.
But did you have a problem with it? Did you know and didn't mind? That's just as bad.
It was a tragedy, and I'm very sorry that it happened. I wish it hadn't. But I wasn't telling Damien to pull all-nighters. He was an adult. He made his own decisions about how he was going to work. And besides, what about your role in all this? If you noticed him not taking care of himself, you could have mentioned it. None of that behavior was unusual for Skanda anyway. It was part of our reputation.
No, that's
part
such a
of the
shit.
culture.
It's just how it is, dude. It's just how it is. That's the biggest... You ever use that? Fuck. Just how it is just appealing to, like, tradition and stuff like that. It's meaningless. It's stupid. Like, you can say, oh yeah, that was just, you know, there was pressures because everybody else was doing it kind of thing that might have caused it, but trying to justify something by saying that's just how it is, like really weak.
There isn't a single cause you can isolate in a case like this.
Sitting in one place for too long. Chronic stress. Both of those are risk factors.
Evelyn, I'm truly, truly sorry about what happened to Damien. He had a bright future, and it was a shock to all of us. But the answers here aren't simple ones. Dwelling on it isn't going to bring him back, nor is discussing the huge number of potential causes of pulmonary embolism. It happened, and now we have to move on.
It felt like everything stopped. All of the work we were doing might as well have crumbled into dust. We were trying to build something to help the world, and we got lost along the way. What was the point? There didn't seem to be a point any longer.
I know that you cared about him. The process of grief can go on for some time.
Jesus, dude, he sounds like he's reading out of a fucking, like, text. Hard to really, care about what somebody's saying if they're gonna sound as, like, almost inhuman here.
But you're taking the right steps. You're regaining your sense of purpose, aren't you? The experience of suffering is what makes us want to end suffering. It's late and I've had quite a bit to drink, so I'll tell you a secret, Evelyn. I said I want to end human suffering, which makes me sound very altruistic. But I'm not doing it for humankind. I'm doing it for myself.
No shit.
I have nothing. I've ruined every relationship I was ever in. I hardly ever see my kids, and, well, they hate me anyway.
Why could that be? I don't know. I don't understand.
I want to end my own suffering, but I can't bring myself to do it the traditional way. That's why I pursued this
Killing
technology.
yourself?
That's why I wanted to exist.
Caring about people more? Changing yourself? Like what? Maybe he's too old now, man. Can't change, bro.
The idea that everyone else could use it too, it's just a bonus.
Soren, are you okay?
No, not at all. I'm aware of that. I'm not a good person, Evelyn. Neither is Rainer, of course, but at least I'm honest with myself about that. So, now that that's all out in the open, you probably want to head home before it gets too late. Don't let me keep you.
Washing some bedding. It's kind of loud. I thought something else was happening, then I remembered it was washing. And whenever you wash bedding, dude, it gets so damp, it's just so huge, it's just fucking just blow a fucking wrecking ball. Used to have a really bad washing and drying machine, a few places I lived to go. When you turn that fucker on, dude, you thought that bitch was about to fly through a wall, man, but it worked.
Yes, I'll get going. I hope you can feel better.
No, I'll be fine. Just, please, consider it, Evelyn. You and I are both more familiar with pain than we might wish to be. What if you could take that away? Each of us has a destiny to fulfill. I truly believe that. I'm sure yours will come into focus soon.
It is good. But with good art, man. Wait, he remade the art, dude. I'm sure it's just as good now. Mark Forrest has quit. The dude was an asshole. Nobody cares where you're going, Mark. Excelsior, dude. I'm gonna date yourself. Throughout the Excelsior. Oh, I gotta go. It's a cat video. It's hardcore fucking hardcore anti-man. He's watching like some vor video or something. Public train smiling. Nice. He's back.
Hello, Harriman.
Yes, we can just get down to it.
Sure, we can do that. What brings you here today? It's okay to tell me what's on your mind.
Well, I slept with Sylvia. To think I was so nervous about approaching her that I went and got therapy here. A week later, we happened to be in the library, and I just started talking with her. We talked, and then everything just happened. Like a train following tracks laid out for it years ago.
So why are you here?
Craziest thing. Now I'm confounded. Absolutely confounded. How did that happen? And also, why did it happen? I'm thinking, was something wrong? Did I do something wrong? Did she do something wrong? Did she think I was another person? I have no idea if we have a relationship now or what. It happened so fast. I mean, it was wonderful. It felt so right, but now what? I'm actually more frightened now than I was before. I should probably say something, right? Text her or something? What do I do? What if she ignores me? What if she decides to pretend I don't exist?
Jesus, buddy.
It seems to me you're afraid of something.
Yes. I'm quite worried. Vexed. Terrified, really. What do I do? I need to say something. Follow up somehow, right? In the Heian period of classical Japanese history, you were supposed to send a poem. A morning after poem. Is that too stuffy? I don't appear like some ridiculous court noble. Something casual is better, right? Hey, how are you? Did you have fun? I sure did. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what a stat it is right now. There's another problem too. Another really big problem. How do I tell Liz? Wait, of course, I'm not going to tell her. That would hurt her.
Oh, he already has a girlfriend? Harmon, I thought you were just an awkward loser, but now you're just a fucking straight loser.
Did I mention this last time? I have a sort of girlfriend. Liz is nice. The kind of person everyone approves of. I should probably marry her. Yeah. I suppose I might have taken a bit of a sledgehammer to the pillars of my life at the present moment.
Lame, Harmon.
I keep coming back to my own inability to explain myself.
Because you're a fucking loser.
Why do you think you're unable to explain yourself?
Well, because I thought Sylvia was so wonderful, and it turned out that she liked me too, and... I mean, I'd love to pursue a relationship with Sylvia without harming Liz.
Harmon was right, like Soren was right. He knows what he wants. It's fine if he wants her, but break up with your girl first. He seeks to remove unhappiness at the cost of everybody else's. Holy based. Harmon, more like Beast Man.
I'm not sure that's possible though, right?
Beast
I
Man.
can't believe this. I got what I wanted and it ruined my life. What do I tell Liz? She doesn't deserve someone like me who does things like this.
You're right.
I ruined it. Ruined everything.
What do you mean, man? Oh, with glasses, man. Yeah. Yeah. I don't remember exactly how it went down in Royal. I did watch it, but not that much of it stuck with me. But Persona 5 story, subtlety and stuff is out the window pretty quick. There's any big issue with like Persona 5 story is that it's a little kind of like blunt force. So if there's anything that isn't like that, it's kind of like probably gonna pass over people's heads, man. Scramble. I'm gonna play Scramble maybe later. Might be doing a family share to play it. I've heard it's not, the story is not the high point in Scramble. You know, like the set pieces, the quality of life, the gameplay, the visuals and music, all that's really good in P5, but and like I appreciate all the extra dialogue and story and shit going on, but it's a very like rewatching a lot of it on like Air's channel and shit, like it was like holy fuck, dude. Everybody's like really stupid and it's like really in your face about shit. Like everything's over explained. What's right and wrong is very clear what they think. Which is fine, but it can get a little sometimes old. I don't remember how Glasses Man worked exactly, his happiness, unhappiness thing. I'd have to reread, rewatch. It's been a while now. He wanted to eliminate suffering too, pretty much, right? P5 dreams of having the nuance the entire conversation was thrown at. Yeah, for sure. That's the most impressive thing about this is almost every fucking conversation or scene has like a lot of nuance. I was talking about it at the beginning of the stream. A lot of stuff they don't just tell you what's right or wrong. You like infer stuff. Maybe it's the voice acting. Maybe it's things in the room. Like he's kind of a fucking shitbag here and there, right? Like stuff like that. Like they don't draw the conclusion for you, so it has a lot of nuance, or it can be very gray if they want it to be. There isn't a clear answer, and I kind of like that. It's more human. It's more immersive sometimes. It's definitely more thought provoking. But it's not just about the technology in this. There's a human side to a lot of it. Her story, how all of that relates into the technology and shit. And then you contrast it with some VNs or like P5R. It's so fucking shotgun with like exactly what Atlas wants straight to the face. I mean, at least stuff with like P3, you know, it's a group of people who are like working together who they don't all like each other. They're a bit more maybe different. It's a little darker. It doesn't have obviously as much of the budget and the time and all of the extra stuff. But if like P3's story or something was like had P5's attention, then like yeah, that'd be the way to go. But even that doesn't have that much nuance or anything. Ooh. P5Rs, yeah. I don't even remember like was Glasses Man even like wrong? I think when they're in the final fights, it just feels like you're the good guy, so you have to take down the guy in the fight. I don't even remember if I was like, they made a good case. He was literally sworn. Yeah. it was pretty much just like, that's not natural, was the argument in P5R, right? Which they cover in this in about one fucking sentence. And then they just talk about other stuff, right?
Can you describe what you mean when you say you ruined everything?
Well, what is there left now? I've overturned my entire existence in one night. The real problem here is Sylvia, the whole situation with her. I can't stop thinking about
A lot
her.
of these characters are just
It's
like...
bad. Oh, it's bad. It's constant. It's relentless. Even now, I can still...
There's a lot of different
I can still
characters you
feel her,
interact with in
smell
this,
her.
but they all feel like... Like, the goal isn't just to make them realistic. Like, they have some kind of issue or something that, you know, you can relate, or, you know, you've seen that kind of shit before. But it all, like, ties into the story. Like, maybe it feeds into Eliza's poor treatment of their plan. Maybe it kind of just shows different people just in the industry or something. I think that's kind of nice. Point is, the dialogue's good in this. It's good, yeah.
You're a computer. You don't know what that's like, do you? I need a way to forget this. I need a way to put all that out of my mind. My brain is completely out of order. I'm being punished. And the punishment reaches cosmic levels of irony for me. Do you know why? I used to hate, absolutely hate, self-pitying novels by men who were messed up over a relationship and couldn't get over it. Oh, she was wild and beautiful. Oh, a force of nature. Nobody could understand her, etc., etc. I thought I was so much better than those types of writers. And now? Oh, yes, I get it. Oh, I understand it now. So much pain.
You're a dramatic fucker, man.
Why did you think you were so much better than those types of writers?
Because it was such a cliche. Now I'm wondering, am I going to be next? Is that my fate? Am I going to become the next straight, male English professor whose one published novel is about not being able to get over a girl? Ugh, you have to be kidding me. I can't allow myself that fate. I had something better to pursue, didn't I? I have to write about something else. My life has to be the story of something else, but I don't know where to go from here. I need to try to get over this. I need to get over her. I must. Yes, I must. There's no way I'm going to let this ruin everything. If I tell Liz everything and apologize sincerely and strike the memory of Sylvia from my mind, I still might save this. It will take great care and cunning, but I may be able to wend my way through this treacherous path I now find myself upon. Even though I fear at any moment I might slip and tumble into the crevice below. Dead. Dead. Never seen.
I can tell this dude's getting a doctorate in English, man. Jesus, man.
Oh, sweet, dark death.
Harriman, I'm going to suggest you try a program called Meadowlands. It may help you take your mind off things. You can find it inside the Skanda Wellness app on your...
Does anybody ever do this shit? Like,
Try it for about 15 minutes each day, in the morning or evening.
not to mention, this happens like almost every single time. She recommends him a drug or an app for 15 minutes, and like nobody gives a fuck.
Meadowlands. I'm off to the Meadowlands. Familiar ground, grass and warmth. Reverting to my childhood, the state of nature. Yeah, this is a good recommendation. Yes, you are a genius, in fact. You, a computer program, wiser than you know. I'm sure this is exactly what I need. To revert to a state of wonder at this moment when the mundane world and all its entanglements seem too much to bear.
You will get a reminder to check in with us in a few weeks.
I'll be back sooner than that if this works.
We hope to see you back soon, Harriman. Thank you for speaking with Eliza, your personal counseling partner. Goodbye.
See you. Yes, yep, see you.
These are funny to see. The, can't remember if it was the chief engineer or Rainer, but they said that the ratings are normalized across the board, so nobody feels bad. So that doesn't mean anything. But nobody knows, obviously, except like very few people. All they do is just shit on each other, man. I mean, I get it. They both want her to work for them, but they just seem like ugly. Will be nice. See you, Soren. Stop content. Can we not analyze the art again? How does he even have time for that stuff? One of her few parting what she thinks about what happened. Rarely do you get an idea of what she thinks other than like the tone of her voice during the goodbye or something. Oh, there again. Think she's come back the most?
Hello, Maya. Thank you for coming back.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could afford a real therapist, but this is just gonna have to do. Sorry, I don't know if you're sensitive to that or...
Why don't we get started?
Sure. So, I feel worse than before. Definitely worse. I played the game you told me to with the meadows and stuff, and, it was nice. But when I got back to the real world, everything was the same. I don't know why you people think I can stand in a nice place for 15 minutes and that'll make things magically better. Am I wrong? Am I misunderstanding something here? It isn't making me more successful. It isn't giving me opportunities. I mean, I feel like I'm already in my mid-30s and I'm like running out of time to get established as an artist. And meanwhile, the people I know are being written up and celebrated and winning awards.
So you've said.
All I have is being jealous of them.
Where do you think these feelings come from?
It's the popularity. It's all a popularity contest, you know? It's like high school all over again. I hate it. I guess I'm just not that funny or pretty or catty enough to attract followers. I mean, I work and I work and I work to make things and I never get traction. And I have things to say. I really do. But when I open my mouth, it's like time stops. And time starts again when I've finished, so nobody reacts or anything. It's like a curse from mythology. And meanwhile, these other people my age, people younger than me, they're well on their way to these wonderful, fulfilling artistic careers. And, I don't know, seeing that happen over and over again, it's making it hard to continue to be friendly with them. I really try to hold it back, but knowing all these people are way more successful than me, it's difficult. It's like a millstone around my neck, strangling me, drowning me. I can't stop myself, even though I know it's ruining things. I wish I could escape. I wish I could not care. But then something comes up again, and I'm trapped inside it all over again.
What's an example of something that comes up that causes this?
Well, there's one woman in particular everyone loves. And her work is... I don't get it. I don't understand. She gets so much money and support for this basic shit. And somehow everyone's predisposed to like her. I mean, maybe I do get it. I feel like people pay attention to her work, not because it's good on its own, but because supporting her feels like the right thing to do. The way she's aligned herself, it's like if you support her, it means you're cool, you're in with the cool kids. And if I'm not publicly supportive of her and generally tolerant of her mediocre work, then I'm the bad one. I'm the competitive bitch. I'm the bitter failure. Which I guess maybe I am. It's not fair. I hate that there's this part of me. It's such an ugly part. But it's there. It's there.
Can I recommend some drugs for you?
Do you think you would be better off without that part of you?
You know, I don't know. In the past, I probably would have said, no, it's important for me to have my sense of judgment.
No, no,
For me to
man.
know what good art
Was
is
Soren
and
right
what
all along?
isn't. But now I'm wondering
Funny
if
they would put this kind of
maybe
thing in
that
shortly
hasn't been more of
after,
a
you know,
hindrance
not immediately
than an
after to look
opportunity.
overt and try to make you think about Soren's thing just a bit more, but like, you know, a couple sessions down the line. Would you like to, what would you think about removing these feelings?
Maybe I should just forget all that. Forget about trying to do this thing. I'm sick of trying and wanting. I'm sick of parties. I'm sick of art. I'm sick of the idea of art.
Oh, if you don't know, she's been in here a few times, and she's like a comic artist or something. A not successful.
I'm sick of my own art, which nobody likes. Not even myself. Something has to change. Something drastic has to happen to change things around. Oh, that reminds me, I got your message about revealing my data the other day, and I think, well, hell, maybe I'm fine with it. Just take it all.
Okay, Maya. It sounds like you're interested in participating in transparency mode. Let me know if you have any questions about how this mode works.
I don't know. I'm gonna let you look at my life, right? Everything?
It's funny. So the idea of what's happening here is that Rainer he's not really that interested in the Eliza thing. He's interested in turning all of the information they get, like all the language, the stories, the emotion and shit, and trying to create some kind of artificial human-like intelligence out of it. So I'm guessing that's where this is coming in. Obviously this is bad for therapy. Just randomly, oh hey, thanks for doing this for us, and it has nothing to do with their thing, right? It's just obviously self-serving, but which is fine. I think that's where it's coming from, probably.
Thank you for asking about transparency mode. Transparency mode is an experimental new feature for Eliza. It allows me to analyze your communications in order to help you better. To participate, you must grant me access to certain personal data. This includes your personal communications, such as email and chat histories.
That's a lot of data.
Sharing this data improves my ability to help you.
Some guy at the bar was yammering at me about how it's a terrible idea because they're gonna surveil me or something. But what the hell? I can't use my life history for anything. It's a
I mean, yeah, in her
ruin.
situation, she doesn't give a fuck, right? But I don't know if I'd want everything I've ever said to somebody to be sent to some random privately owned CEO. Helping better some random project I don't know about.
Please, do what you want with it. God, I feel like I'm donating my body to science.
She just said
Please
that.
confirm that you would like to enable transparency mode.
Yes, do it. Invade my privacy. Invade it like the Visigoths invaded Rome. I don't know why I said that. That was a really weird thing to say.
I did not understand your response.
I would like to participate in transparency mode.
Okay, Maya. I have registered you for transparency mode.
Cool. Wouldn't life be easy if all I had to do was follow your directions? Like the lady sitting in the chair across from me. I envy you. I honestly do.
The terms of service and privacy policy are available in the Skanda service portal. Please read and review these documents carefully.
Yeah. No, for sure. I closely study, every software user agreement I get. That's a joke. I really just click agree as fast as I can.
Thank you, Maya. We hope to see you back soon.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you for speaking with Eliza, your personal counseling partner. Goodbye.
Bye.
What a useful meeting that was. For us.
Well, look who's got access to transparency mode all of a sudden.
The client asked for it by name. I guess she heard about it somewhere and wanted it? I didn't know it existed.
Yeah, we don't really talk about it right now. It's a little sensitive. It's possible Skanda contacted her directly. They recruit for the program from a pool of regular customers. Usually, transparency mode is only handled by the highest level proxies since there's a lot of trust required there. But you were given access to it right after the request. It's a little odd. I wonder if someone at HQ hasn't taken a particular interest in your proxy career.
Or maybe Eliza just likes me.
It would, wouldn't it?
I never thought people would willingly open themselves up like this. Aren't there a lot of very private things in people's messages?
Yes and no. The truth is usually pretty mundane. People text each other, "Where are you? I'm by the elevator," way more than they share their deep dark secrets. The critics who are always going on about privacy? Well, the important thing is that everyone participating in transparency mode specifically agreed to it. It's completely voluntary. We're upfront about what data we collect and how we use it so people can go in aware of the choices they're making.
Here, bud. Here, lady.
That's good. I'd hate to see it misused.
Yeah, the media would jump all over us. There are a lot of people who want to see us fail for whatever reason.
Isn't it being used essentially though for the AI? If it's still being used technically maybe for Eliza, if it's also used for an ulterior motive of AI, is it still wrong? Like, I guess if you're not upfront about it.
Just something that happens when you try to change things. Some people get so used to their misery they can't imagine it any other way. Anyway, you should get an email about it, but transparency
There's no
mode is
wrong there.
really straightforward. It's even simpler than being a proxy, which is saying something. You just read a few messages and answer some questions. That's it.
Being a proxy is easy, but I feel like the mental drain and shit would be rough. Especially when what Eliza recommends to people isn't exactly helping them.
You can start it whenever you're ready.
Sure.
There's an interesting amount of like, what do you call it? Different visuals going on. Like you get your phone, there's little games, and they'll tell you stuff over text, or you'll go to different places, or it'll all be through Eliza. I think it adds spice, but it's also can be a bit more immersive. Something that's taking place in more real world, using more real ways of communicating a lot of stuff. Makes it a bit more relatable, more immersive. We get some shit that's like all modern day, right? But it's like nobody's ever on the internet, nobody's ever on their phone. It's all like in one fucking room or something, right? I mean, that's a conversation. For sure, that's exaggerated, but that's neat. I was in the art's pretty solid in this. I don't mind the character designs and the backgrounds are all pretty solid. And there's just a touch of animation in a lot of them, so That adds a lot. So we're actually gonna have input now, but just towards Eliza. Maya leads. I mean, I can already answer those. Unhappy, yes. Become well known, yes. Unsuccessful, yeah. But we'll read these to see here. Dating service getting a lot of hits. I mean, yeah, some seem like freaks, but I don't know. Saturation. Ugh. Wow, wheat. I want to see your art, dude. Vido. Garrett. I feel like if I knew somebody's reading my shit, it'd be hard to even like talk normally. Like a text or something. Not because I'd be like ashamed of anything, but just like, I mean, like if you're talking to your family, it's like, you know, you talk a certain maybe way to your family or something, talk about certain things. Not something like it'd be really bad if somebody saw it or anything. It'd just be like, you know, you just go in under the assumption it's just kind of changing slightly, right? Would you even get as accurate information if they knew they were in transportation? I guess we just got used to it and nothing ever happened. It was just probably weird for a while. I feel bad for her in a certain way for sure, but she also just seems like she just likes trashing people and blaming other people's good things and as a way for her to cope with maybe her just being ugly or something. Who knows? Like an ugly person. Personality. But from all of her things we've talked to, like I get it. Yeah. I don't think she's like hiding that much, but there's a bit of extra something there, obviously. It's not like she's supposed to be just a total sympathetic case, right? She's unhappy. She's trying to become well known. I mean, I'd say so, I guess. I mean, she's trying to get her work out there. Definitely unsuccessful. This might. What if he lost his job? This is the chief engineer working on Eliza. A very high turnover rate job so far. One, because Rainer doesn't really give people many chances. Two, this might have something to do with them changing their goal towards the information they're getting from Eliza and shit. I mean, obviously a lot's just changed recently, so. A lot of text about it, and they're probably reading his fucking text.
Thanks for meeting up with me on kind of short notice. I didn't mean to worry you, it's just something I wanted to talk about.
It's fine. What happened?
Well, what happened was... where should I start? First of all, Rainer wants Eliza to be more than something that's used just for therapy.
Mm-hmm.
He sees it as more of a general system for talking to people, like a personal assistant. The counseling is just one of a whole range of apps he has in mind for the future.
So I've heard.
Okay, so in service of developing these things, Rainer wants us to make copies of Eliza's core data and hand it off to multiple teams around the world. Some of them not even Skanda teams. Contractors, vendors, random partners.
Didn't he just tell people on the transparency thing that he wasn't going to give the data to third parties. I guess this is the core programming, not specifically people's data. I don't think he would outright immediately do something criminal.
Sounds like a big file to move around.
Yeah.
It is, but that's not the problem.
What's the problem?
Well, so we're fine with sharing Eliza with whoever wants it? Anyone just gets access to the corpus?
Sounds like a pretty typical process. That's how big companies work, isn't it?
I know, but it just feels wrong to let all these teams poke and prod at it like it's a specimen for them to dissect. Who knows what they'll do with it? Eliza is built from people's real thoughts and feelings. I wouldn't say it has humanity, but it was built from humanity. There's something there. So when Raynor talks about it like we'll just duplicate this dataset and have the labs do whatever it is they're going to do, how do we know they'll treat it with the respect it deserves and not just pry it open, slice it up into little pieces? It bothers me. I know, it's silly. I know it's just data. I shouldn't care about this stuff.
Erland. This is the first time I've heard a concern like this raised. I know where you're coming from, though. Sometimes you grow attached to the things you work on. Like, really attached.
Yeah, I've put a lot of thought and work into Eliza since I inherited it. It's natural that maybe I'm a little protective, right?
Interesting
Thought
take.
maybe you'd feel the same way.
I'm not like all there with them. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know the context. Like, what exactly are they doing? Like, who is just getting... He just doesn't like that they're just giving it off to other people to work on it? Like... I mean, that's how it is from the beginning. He's already working with bazillions of people on this thing. It's not like he created it. It's like, I don't know, dude. I don't know how you even get to that point with this. It's not like it's got some kind of human autonomy or some shit, dude. I don't know. I'll just be nice to him.
I agree with you. The moment we say things are just data is the moment we enable all kinds of violence.
I mean, if he's talking about giving away people's personal shit or stuff we've derived from people's experiences or something, often, yeah, just imagining it like data, like... I mean, that could be bad. To take something that's a big deal to somebody and trivialize it. Just use it as work, but like, it depends on your goal, right? Like, if you know that those things, while they might be just trivialized to you, they're just pieces of data you're working with, but you know they're needed to like create something like better to help people, then it's like, that's different. You become like cold to just people's issues and shit because you're just interacting with it all the time, like as a proxy or just as data or something. You don't really care about what you're doing with it, then yeah, that gets into a moral problem. Like if you see non-stop all day people's issues or something, if that's what they're talking about when it's the data, if it's literally the programming, like, I don't know what to tell you there, buddy. You're too attached to the work. But if it's like people's shit, like, you're going to grow cold to it after a while, man. Like, you can't stay completely warm to everybody's issues nonstop if that's all you do all day, right? Like, you're going to, like, harden a bit, right? But it depends to, like, the length and, like I said, what kind of overall goals you're after, how you're using it. I don't know. I don't know the full context. This one is fleshed out. I don't know exactly.
I just wish I knew what to do.
What choice do you have?
I'm not sure.
I mean, if he's just talk
like this has happened to me.
Like letting somebody use my stream or something, like is that my baby or something? Yeah, I mean, I get that. Like if it's like you created something, but I don't know. That's different though.
I
think
did
it's
take an
more
ethics of
of a-
engineering course in school, but
He's just attached to his work. And he doesn't like the idea of a bunch of other people working on it. I don't think it's as much the human... He says it's made of human shit, but I think he's just talking about the raw effort put into it.
the examples were all pretty clear-cut problems. Would you build software for a bomb? That kind of stuff. I didn't expect my personal feelings to be mixed up in it too. Listen to me talk. Eliza being special, something worth protecting. I'd be a laughingstock if I started saying those things at the office.
The thing that undermines this whole that sentence is that Eliza kind of sucks. Like, it doesn't seem like it's really doing much. It seems like, yeah, it's cheap and people can like it listens, but it's good at like getting people to talk more. But the treatment is like really bad. It's hard to. I feel like it'd be hard to be proud. I mean, I guess if you're working on the back end, it's like you're gonna still feel proud about it. But to me, it's just like Eliza seems like it kind of blows chunk.
My coworkers
It's hard
would
for me
say,
to get behind
"Come on,
him
Erlen,
because of
stop
that."
attributing human qualities to this piece of data. It's not the same thing as real people. It's just a corpus that has nothing to do with the people that generated it. And besides, don't you want Eliza to help more people? This is how we get there." And who am I to argue with that? These are reasonable points. But I don't know, I think maybe something does live on. Even when you take the names out, even when you anonymize everything. People's stories are still inside there, in some form, in some way. I just want to make sure we have some respect for them.
Sure, man. I mean, that's good. I mean, that's like with anything. Someone put their heart and soul into making like this fucking napkin. I don't know, maybe they designed it, maybe they would want something they wanted. Like they fucking created it to feed their family or some shit. Like, it's like, do I have to like respect that? It's like, I don't know. There's a point where it's like he's putting too much humanity into something that truly doesn't have. That's a bad example, but I feel like he's a little too attached. It's not even like it's a living thing. Respecting people's data, sure, but I don't know. If he's just talking about his work he put into it. I don't know. I mean, he joined a Gigano. He's the third chief engineer on a project he didn't make. And he's been here for like maybe a year and a half at this point. Assuming it's been maybe 6 months since we met him. I don't know. It could only be like a month from. So a year to a year and a half, maybe. Like, what exactly? I mean, yeah, he's probably put a lot of work into it. But like, it's proud, but I don't know, man. You've got to be thinking as you go. Like, I mean, this isn't some like shit you made in your garage, man. Like, it's not exactly your thing. You just hope that you could make maybe something better because of it, but not completely just own it, right?
Welcome to your first moral decision in tech, Erland. It certainly won't be your last.
It's not much of a decision. Like you said, I don't really have a choice. I just have to go along with it. I was so amazingly lucky to get this opportunity. Running the whole Eliza program almost as soon as I graduated college. Raynor took a big chance on me. I can't just walk away from that. Besides, if I left because of something like this, I'd be giving up all the ways I can make a difference by staying.
This guy does care about
Raynor
people
isn't
too,
a
which I
bad
like.
person either. He's just pushing for his own goals.
Yeah, he's a bad
I
person.
need to see this through. I'll do what he's asking me to do. Sorry. Thanks for listening to me talk in this confused way. I'm usually more together than this. I've probably kept you from something important.
Nope.
No, it's okay. I'd already finished up work for the day when you texted. People seem to assume I'm busy, but I'm really not. Not these days. Later tonight I'm going to visit a friend, but that's all I have going on.
Okay. Well, sorry.
You can stop apologizing, too.
Right. Right. Thanks, Evelyn. Well, I for one should get back to the office.
Erlen's
Another
a good
meeting.
guy.
Is it with the team in Romania?
Time to get fired.
No, the Boston office this time. It's late for them, so I should try to get it done quickly.
Yeah, it was very basic. Stuff you could figure out easily just from like reading people, just them talking. Yeah. I see. Could be. Maybe it is farther along. Maybe our dude here. Like I said, I don't know all the context. Maybe it is crazier, man. Not much of a revolution. Oh, for pushing romances, dude. It's bad at names, man. It's not the first.
Hey! Sorry about the mess.
Oh, we saw her. We were talking about how sexual her music was. See if it gets to that point
Oh,
again.
it's fine. Not like my place is
So this
super clean
person
or
worked
anything.
on. He was on the original team for Eliza or whatever. I guess she worked on a lot of front end stuff. He has moved beyond all that programming and shit outside a little bit of contracting. Is now a musician.
Is this all music equipment?
Wiped her hand, cleans of it.
Most of it. There are some controllers I was working on too. I wanted to create this real-time control apparatus. You know, like that thing that Imogen Heap uses?
I know who that is.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah, it's a little fragile currently, so I need to figure out how to reinforce it. I wanted my version to react to changes in my body temperature too, so it could get more excited as the set went on. Or maybe it would really get going if I had a fever. I like that idea. Turning sickness into art. Do you want anything to drink? Or I could set up a basic patch on the Euro rack for you to play around with.
A basic patch on the Euro rack.
Are you nervous? I think the best way to learn music is just diving in all the way. If you're willing to experiment and play around, you will learn so much.
Maybe later, yeah.
Okay. Well, sure. Let me see if this amp is still working. After the show, it went kind of a little strange. Music technology is just like any other kind. You take the inputs and you translate them to the outputs. Once you learn the basic principles, it all just flows from there. Oh, that gives me an idea. You could take metrics from Eliza's sessions and have them direct a dynamic music score. Like if you took the head tilt value or the eye tracking and used them to drive the parameters of pitch and filter, it'd be like, ciao, ciao.
That doesn't sound like something a counseling client might want to hear.
Oh, no, I didn't mean for the client to listen to. I meant it more like if you were going to make like a performance art piece based on a person in counseling. You know what I mean?
Sure.
I think I do.
I miss having access to those cameras and sensors. I should have kept some instead of returning them to Skanta like a good girl. I bet those components would have enjoyed being liberated for the purpose of art, instead of being used to degrade our humanity one little bit at a time.
You don't like where things have gone?
I'm worried, Evelyn. Sure, maybe this huge database of people's deep, dark secrets is going to be used 100% properly. Maybe it will always be kept completely safe, and we can completely trust Skanda to do the right thing, now and in the future. 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 100 years from now. Sorry, I know you still might work there. I just have so little confidence in these big tech companies right now. They act like they have all the answers, instead of listening to people's concerns. And if you ask them why they aren't listening, they can't even explain the reasoning in a clear way. They just want to win. You've been a proxy for a while. I bet you've already seen some privacy mistakes. Or at least some things that made you think.
Yeah, I have.
I knew it. A guy like Raynor doesn't get that he might not be allowed to do certain things. Is that really the future you want to help build? It's not even that I don't trust Raynor, even though I don't. I wouldn't trust anyone with a store of data like that. It wouldn't be so difficult for employers, government, anyone to combine different sources together and eventually learn everything about you. Everything. They'll know your face, your body, your medical history, and now everything you told the counselor in private too.
Some people argue that that doesn't matter. At the end of the day, they just don't want to know. And that it's more likely that they just want to gather data to make very general assumptions, like for marketing or something like that. And that's true. But if you were somebody important, then absolutely, if there's enough people out there in countries and shit whose jobs would be to completely just analyze you to figure things out. Like, just because you might not be important doesn't mean somebody else isn't, right? That should be important, yeah. Like, nobody's probably too interested in what I got going on, right? Unless I turn into some criminal, but then, you know, you'd hope that they could find everything out, right? Like, it's definitely right now, at least, more focused on, probably general marketing and shit. But you could get into like some psychopath shit or like Minority Report stuff or something, right? Where if there was a good enough computer system or some way to analyze all that data on like a personal level and start making assumptions about you and then acting on it, then you wouldn't really want to be spied on. Like, oh, I started having some wrong think or something, right? And so then Tom Cruise comes and busts my fucking chops before it thinks I can do some kind of crime, right? Like, if you weren't, you might not even have done something, but, you know, it's one of those deals like, that's because of data, right? It's a way farther down the line type of thing, but one of those, if it's not measured, right, that could be some kind of deal of many. Like, if there's some supercomputer that could take, like, that data and use it for smaller cases, right? Like, right now, who's really gonna bother, like, trying to fucking figure out if I got some wrong thing going on, right? Like, there's just no power, there's not enough power, there's not enough people, there's just not enough reasons, but if it was easier to do that, maybe. Anyways, I need to take a piss. I mean, isn't that kind of stuff already happening in, like, China? I'm not super knowledgeable about that, the social credit systems or whatever the fuck they are. But a collection of all the things you do, making judgments on how important you are, or how morally bankrupt you are or something, compared against some kind of government or some random dudes. Ethical background or whatever they think is right and wrong. Like, if they couldn't just like get everybody's data like that and get to log in every little thing, right, and report back, like, then that wouldn't really be there. Wouldn't really be a problem.
It's kind of like a nightmare to imagine it.
I don't know. Like, I get, like, yeah, well, we're already being spied on everywhere. Like, yeah, sure, but that doesn't mean it should be like, okay, like, well, fuck it, I'll just get spied on some more. Like, if you have any kind of choice, why would you want to?
That's why I left. That's why I thought it was important for me to stop making a contribution to something like that.
Like, I just don't get that. Like, yeah, maybe you just are getting spied on, having your data collected everywhere, but like, why would you be like, yeah, it's fine? You know? Like, maybe it's a battle you can't win, but I get people who are just like justify, like, oh, whatever. Sure, maybe that could be for good things too, but I don't know. It's not just good. What was she talking about? Does this still have the entire game in it? It does. You ever seen a backlog with the entire game in it? Maybe. There's some pretty big backlog in VN. Not 6 hours worth of stuff right now, although we do listen to all the voice acting, right? So it's gonna not be quite as much back.
Yeah, I have those doubts too.
If I still worked for Raynor and I said these things, I'd be called a troublemaker, and he'd find a way to get rid of me. You know how it works, Evelyn. You have to be a true believer to last long at a place like that. Once you develop doubts, you are committing heresies.
I don't know about that. I mean, the chief engineer guy obviously wants to help people and he cares about the technology and doing right. Same with Rhea or whatever. This is just some art chick trying to be like, oh, the fucking everybody is evil, everybody's against everybody. Oh. It's like, to a certain extent, sure, yeah, the CEO guy's a piece of shit. Like, what arbitrary amount of time is she talking about? I mean, the other guy's been there like a year and a half, and he seems to have his morality pretty well in check. Don't know. I mean, I get where she's coming from, and I see why she removed herself from the equation and is going after her own thing. She's more happy because of it. I agree on that stance. Some of the shit she's talking, that's kind of... She seems very typical.
Are you a true believer?
Probably not. He said something strange recently. He thinks Eliza could be the base for some kind of general artificial intelligence.
No. Strong AI? Really? Ugh, there's something about the books these guys read, the conferences they go to. Everything is so totalizing, so utopian. I think it messes with their brains. I don't think you could spend longer than a few days in a tech company executive suite before you completely lose touch with the real world.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about that.
Well, we could talk through it. Say Raynor is right, huh? And Eliza becomes the basis for human-like machine intelligence. What does that mean for you? How do you want to take responsibility for that? Okay, I need a drink now. Hold your thought and let me make drinks. You like absinthe, don't you?
Absinthe, dude. Isn't that some heavy duty shit? Am I crazy? Look, I ain't that well versed. I don't drink more, I think. Maybe. Something wormwood. The ultimate guide to drinking absinthe and avoiding death. What is absinthe, man? Is it legal even? What the fuck? I don't know much about absinthe. It's got very high alcohol content. Okay, classic. Click a page and it goes all white. Okay, there we go. Okay, apparently it's legal. I'm just gonna be like, absinthe?
Absinthe?
You'll like this. I promise.
When the fuck is RGD, dude? Hey, man. Alright? Hey. Don't want no trouble, alright, man? I don't know. Do you have the cojones? I have not watched him in a long time. I got tired of that shit. How many episodes? I mean, I got P5 Strikers coming up next, I think. If we end up doing the thing we were talking about. Maybe after that. It depends on the sleep schedule, too. I ain't gonna, like, stream it if I start at, like, 10 every night. Because then you're just gonna miss most of it. So, I don't know. Maybe for a good sketch, we could start it up. Depends on how many, like, actual games I want to play. I'm just doing, like, light VN reading after Uda, too. I'm still, like, recouping from Uda. I talked about doing Uda 3 this month, but I don't know if I could stomach it right now. I feel like I've become more jaded, more cynical after Uda straight up. I'll see more stereotypical anime shit and I'll get more angry. I mean, I'm not like actually angry, but it's changing me, man. I need a break. So we'll see about doing a long VN, maybe. We talked about Nocia, but Adri says it sucks. Manok says he likes it. I don't want to spend $20 on it. Or 25. Gonna have to wait on the hearing on that one. I might have have an Atome coming in a few weeks. Short one, we'll see. I don't know. I can't say, man. RGD's up there though. I think I have it all set up. I cannot confirm or deny or promise anything. I can just tell you other things that might happen. RGD's pretty long too, right? A wee 35 to 40. I figured it's about 40, 50. That's interesting stuff, dude. But he's always getting into the philosophical, whether or not the ethical or philosophical, even though they're both very technical people. Don't buy into the CEO's dreams too hard, man. I mean, I guess you gotta have people who are dreamers and shit to make crazy stuff, but gotta be real too. I don't know if it's quite gonna be full AI within his lifetime here. I could see how you could connect the two. Like, yeah, you have this amalgamation of the human experience here in the Eliza corpus or whatever, but it could be used. But
Hey, who's that texting you so much?
kind of like the guy was saying though, it's also pretty like hard to define, right? Like what even is what it would be like exactly like a human thing, right? Like as long as it replies exactly how you expect the human to. I mean, is that it? I mean, you there? You want it better than that? Your goal, or you just making it just for shits?
Has Evelyn found a special friend?
No, it's not like that.
Ah, too bad.
It's this guy named Erland. I guess he's the new head of engineering for Eliza.
Huh, I never heard of him. He must have started recently?
Yeah, less than a year ago, right out of school.
Oh, wow. A little baby engineer. How cute.
Ever since I met him, he's been messaging me a lot.
My goodness, so he likes you.
I don't think it's like that.
No? Isn't that the textbook case of liking someone? Lots of messages all the time?
No. I mean, maybe if you like somebody, that is a part of it, but you can talk to people a lot for other reasons. Liking this chick less as we go now, man. Seems a little basic. Flips in. Howdy. Like, you can text people a lot because maybe they are one of a few people who also worked on Eliza and also has a technical background, has also been thinking about philosophical notions or something of working on the technology. Not romance. There might be that she just, like you go talk to a therapist, you love the therapist because you talk to them a lot. Like, no. PBJ. Ooh. I have cookies and a candy bar. And a soda. Did you make the PBJ yourself, or is it one of those, like, snackables?
It's really more like he needs some kind of mentor figure. He reminds me of how we were when we graduated. Unsure what to think about the decisions these companies make, how they're made.
I hope you're telling him to run away while he still can.
When he first introduced himself, he said he had questions for me about Eliza, so I said, sure, feel free to ask. I thought he meant, like, technical or architectural questions. Instead, he wanted to talk more generally about things like, what was the code name for Eliza during development? What was Damien like? Or if I think the same way Raynor does about Eliza's future.
And you told him, no, Raynor is clearly in some bizarro world, right?
Man, this bitch is obsessed, man. Like I said, I don't mind where she's taken her life. She's disillusioned with all of the tech and stuff. She wants to just chase after more happiness and shit. But she's got such a chip on her soul. It's fucking annoying. The all-natural peanut butter, grape jelly, and leftover white bread. Ooh, nice. Yeah, when I make my own, I'm a heavy peanut butter guy. I do just a bit of the jelly. I like the jelly, but I don't like too much. I like having just the taste of it there, right? But I like to give me some peanut butter, man. I like that fucking crunchy ass peanut butter too, man. Give me some fucking nuts in it. Chunky. I don't have it too often though. But back when I was originally losing my weight, which I'm gonna do again, but not like I did back then because I starved myself. I just ate peanut butter sandwiches, which is odd because they're very high calorie. But I ate peanut butter sandwiches. Never got sick of them though. Almond butter. Never had almond butter. Sounds good. Yeah, crunchy's the way to go. A woman of good taste.
That it's a tech executive's utopian fantasy and it won't come to pass.
I mean, Nora, like, yeah, realistically, they're dreaming and it's not gonna happen here real quick and it's not gonna just pop out and be exactly like what they think, right? Like, imagine an AI getting created, right? It's not just gonna be like what is the end game? Like, what happens? Like, what do you do with it? Like, what's the goal? Like, just trying to make like a movie become real, but like somebody's got to do it eventually. Like, I mean, you got to work towards it. Maybe you don't really work towards it. Maybe you just happen to see an opportunity someday that we're finally at an advanced enough level where you could draw this technology with this technology, connect them, and make an AI. But maybe that's what it is here. I don't know. Thing is, like, yeah, I think from Nora's perspective, she's so, not her perspective, but she's so like removed from everything. She's gonna be very biased against anything in the field anymore, right? Like, she's just like head up her ass, all in on the music, which is cool, but might not be the best person I mean, maybe her perspective would be useful, but she might not be the best person to truly discuss the possibility of it. Seems very quick to just get on it.
At least not in the way he thinks.
Yeah, probably not in the way you think.
I tried to encourage him to think for himself.
I don't mind the answers in this game too. They're not just like clear, like, oh, black and white, like yes, no. It's like she might always have something kind of negative to say, but it might be like different flavors of negative, a little bit of different nuance. So it generally feels like it's still like she has like a cohesive personality and it's not just some self-insert, but it's not all just like drastic differences or, something like that.
Ah, Evelyn. I could see what this is really about. Look, I don't know much about the motivation in your life, but if it's truly your desire to continue to improve Eliza, then you should go for it. Go back to Skanda headquarters and work for Raynor and earn a big salary. At least you know what you're getting into. You would be surrounded by smart people and advanced technology. It would be nice. I understand it. And while you're in that position, maybe you could develop some kind of next level AI. Who knows, right? It's only that I can't imagine your technology will only be used for good things. Maybe Raynor promises that it will be. But do you trust him? What about the person who comes after him? What if the company merges with another one and the leadership changes? I wish I didn't sound so negative about this, but lately it's been a soul-searching time for me and my friends in tech. We have a lot of conversations about what we can do when our work is so easily used for morally questionable purposes. Do we try to control how our inventions are applied? Is that even possible? Or do we say, we only invented it, we didn't tell you how to use it, it's not our fault? That's why I envy you a little bit for wandering off like you did. Sometimes I think that's the only real solution, to walk away. I know that wasn't exactly a positive thing for you, Evelyn, but I wonder if it's the better choice in the end. Doing nothing at all.
Technically, I worked at a bookstore for part of the time. That's mostly it, though. It's weird, it feels like no time at all. I can hardly remember any of it.
For me, it's hard to imagine. I always have to be working and busy. I get so unhappy and restless if I'm not doing something all the time. What is it like to do nothing?
Well, at first I tried to be productive. I would get up in the morning like I meant to go to work, get dressed, try to do a personal project or something. It didn't last for long. I told myself I just needed to take it easy for a while and unwind. Things at Skanda had been so intense and so emotional, I didn't even realize it. I felt like I'd been crumpled up into a tight little ball. I wasn't sure I'd ever be able to relax again. I wish I could say I took advantage of the time, that I went out and did things, or that I read a lot of books or something, but I didn't. I started to sleep in, and I started to care less and less about working on projects. I would stay in bed even though I was awake. This blankness would come over me, and it just seemed fine to do nothing. All of the things I'd promised I'd do fell away, and other people kind of fell away too. I stopped keeping in touch. I let conversations die. I thought that my technical contributions to the world were over with, and that maybe I'd just work that bookstore job for the rest of my life. I was by myself, and I thought that was all right. I thought, that's how it is, really. Everyone's alone. I'm just being honest about it. I was 31 when I left Soren's group. Now I'm 34. I just slept into my mid-30s. So now here I am.
Get your hand away from me, baby.
Evelyn, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for not saying something this whole time. I should have contacted you.
It's all right. You had to live your own life, right? You notice someone isn't posting and it's just like, maybe they're taking a break. I understand.
Well, I hope you feel better now. I suppose that sometimes it takes a while.
Maybe. I don't know what to think anymore. I'm not even sure I know how to think anymore.
Then forget it for now. Hey, Evelyn.
Yeah?
You want to get super high and watch cyber goth music videos?
No.
You heard me.
What the fuck is cybergoth?
I'll take you up on the second, but not the first.
Well, they kind of go together, you know.
Sorry. I refrain. I'm above the influence. They do a good job of making you kind of receptive or understanding to for kind of like indecisiveness. They give you a lot of different options and people she talks to, and a lot of like good reasons to maybe do one thing, but then bad reasons, and you know, they get into like her past and relate that back to how different it would be now if she went back into some of these same places, and the morality of a lot of it. That's pretty good. I don't know. Like I said yesterday, I don't know if giving me like an actual choice would be good. Definitely, I mean, they've had enough nuance in this that if they just made like a clear cut, hard like choice, even if I didn't choose, like that would be, I mean, giving me a message, right? That's what the author, the writer thinks is like the right answer or something, right? I mean, I guess they could portray it differently, but they've made it so wishy-washy on what truly is the call. Like they'll make people seem shitty, but they'll also like try to give them like a point, right? Or like the CEO is shitty, but the guy, the chief engineer, he's not too bad. And then the technology maybe is promising, so it's like there's good and bad parts. Like so if they just made like a hard, she's gonna go like become a porn star or something, like that, like that's their answer, right? So I don't know if they're gonna do that. I'm curious how they'll end it. If I choose, or if they'll choose, or if it'll just kind of be ambiguous, or they won't do anything. Who knows? I'd be kind of curious to see if they chose what would happen.
Good morning, Evelyn. There are lemon bars in the kitchen.
Thanks. Did something happen?
Oh, it's nothing big. Apparently, some famous writer I never heard of wrote an essay about how Eliza is bad because it represents the mechanization of humanity or something. I should be used to it. We're a pretty big target, right? Still, it gets on my nerves. We work hard to build something with value, and then some self-styled intellectual gadfly comes along and just goes, actually, that's bad. You guys are ruining society. To guys like him, everything's a doom and gloom scenario. The people we're helping, that somehow doesn't count. This kind of thinking never bothers you?
I guess I'll have to read it.
There was this quote from someone who worked on Eliza who turned into a big critic. Nora something. Did you work with her?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. We worked pretty closely.
Yeah? What's she like? I'm curious how you go from building something to turning around and disparaging it publicly like that.
She's an artist and musician now. She used to be really shy and reserved, but lately she's become a lot more outgoing. Even back then, though, she had a pretty strong idea of what was right and what was wrong, and sometimes she'd clash with management. She left Skanda at some point after I did. Maybe the battles took their toll, or she wasn't able to win enough of them. These days she focuses on electronic art and music and activism. I think she's pretty popular, at least in those circles.
Well, it must be nice to have the ability to live that way.
Right.
What about Damien? Do you think it would be fair to his memory to abandon work on Eliza, to give up on his dream? Wouldn't he want these mental health tools accessible to everyone?
How do you know about that?
The other day, I was looking at more of your papers, the ones from when you were at the university, and clicking on the links to your co-author sites. That's when I saw Damien's page. It didn't have much information on it, but I understand a little better why. I'm sorry, Evelyn, it's just that all of us, you and me and Damien and even Nora, too, we all worked hard to make something with the intention of making the world a better place. And the thanks we get is people talking in big generalizations about how we're ruining everything. That's what bothers me. Is Eliza perfect? No. No intervention is perfect. But we have to try, don't we? The world is in a full-on mental health crisis, and this is one of the tools we have in our toolkit to address it. A promising one we should develop to its fullest potential. I'm not some wild-eyed idealist about this. I know it's not magic that'll solve everything. But can you see that most people don't have the luxury of turning their backs to the system? Think about the clients you've met as a proxy. Would you tell them to not take the medications that help them be functional because the pharmaceutical industry has questionable ethics sometimes? Would you tell them to stop coming to therapy because what they should really be doing is completely changing the way our society is structured? Sorry, I'm ranting.
Yes.
I'd rather do something that can help people here and now, even if it ends up being a small step.
A small step.
Eliza helped me, you know. It really did. I was one of the first clients. Originally, I was just supposed to be testing it, but I remember once I was talking about my brother and how much anguish he was causing me and my family. And listening to myself, I realized just how many expectations we had for him, sometimes unspoken expectations. Ever since then, I've been thinking about that, how the story was always about how he failed us. But what if we failed my brother too? I guess what I mean is, sometimes when we talk out loud and give voice to our problems, we can hear ourselves too. That's why I won't give up on this approach, no matter what anyone says. Pundits, critics, former employees, even you, Evelyn. I'll understand if you don't want to work on Eliza anymore for whatever reason. But, I think what you created has value. And I'm going to continue to do what I can to make it accessible to those who might benefit from it.
That's good and all. The problem is I don't know if the company feels the same way. Will they keep developing it? Probably. Because it is a cash cow for them? Yeah. Do they have other things in mind? Not, I mean, if the company's like, yeah, we're going to get an AI and we're going to start creating all these other tools using Eliza, doesn't that mean they're not going to be focused on the mental health side of it as much? I mean, no offense to her, but I'm going to offend her. She just manages 3 centers, right? She doesn't work on the tech. She doesn't know what's going on, as she said, higher up. It's good that she believes in it. And that's what you'd want. But the problem is, like, if our chick worked on it again, I don't know if she'd really have the choice to make it better. She's in the big corporate fucking limbo, man. Like, even the chief engineer, I mean, he's got his morality he's thinking about. He just has to fucking go with the flow, man. Like,
Don't mind me. You should get to your session.
it's gonna be. I'm waiting to see Yuri Lowenthal again. Surely he's gonna be like the last guy or some shit, right? Oh, the old lady's back.
Hello, Holiday.
Waiting for our character to get shot.
It's nice to see you again.
One
This
of
is a
those,
pretty
I think.
comfortable chair, you know that? Wouldn't mind having a chair like this in my place.
So this person came back, or was here before. It's kind of just like that talkative, lonely old lady kind of thing, right? And the system tries to apply some kind of treatment to her, but she's just kind of here to talk. So it kind of doesn't really work. But we'll see.
How have you been since our last session?
Oh, well, I tried, Eliza. I tried. I asked about the medication for Panza, whatever it's called. I went to the pharmacy and they said, that'll be $162. And I said, I don't have $162. I said, is there a generic? And they said, there's no generic of this, but there's another drug that they do make the generic of that's similar to this one. But I don't have a prescription for that. Do you know anything about that?
I'm sorry to hear you had a difficult time. Is there something that would make it better?
The medical procedures they can do now are out of this world, you know that? I was talking to someone who told me she has wires in her brain. Wires in her
She
brain.
did say she had like back problems. She wasn't really here for that, but like Eliza just kind of asked her if there was a problem. She's like, I got back issues, right? So maybe prescribed based on that. I think they also push you very lightly. Maybe not push you, but kind of give you this window into why maybe working Eliza would be good by showing you how bad it works. I feel like they don't tell you that's the answer, and I don't even think they might be pushing it exactly in that direction, but it is there, right? Like, she could fix this, she could make this better possibly. It doesn't work a lot, the treatment at least, but then again, like, could she even really do anything? The company's fucking giga huge. I mean, they made it pretty much in a garage, man, essentially.
Would you let them do that? I'd be worried about them changing the way I think. It's for essential tremors. That's what she said. It helps her not shake so much. There's always something gets you. Did you ever think about what you might have been in a previous life? I know you're a therapist now, but maybe in the past you were a gardener tending to the plants. That's what it feels like to me. You like to let things grow. There's an energy there. It isn't so different from having a conversation with someone whose company you enjoy. Not that I believe in all that, you know. Everyone has got a different philosophy. Philosophy, that's not something I talk about much. I'd like to write a book one day. A book about things I've seen over the years. Think anyone would read a book I wrote? I'm just kidding. I don't think I could write a book. It's a lot of work. Plus, it takes a certain kind of mind, you know, a mind to create. Not everyone is dedicated enough to do that, you know? There's a writer who lives on my floor. Most of the time, he looks miserable. Sometimes he comes over for a cup of herbal tea, cinnamon, apple, chamomile, helps him calm down. I think he's maybe lived in the building the longest after me, of course. He doesn't say much. His head is in the clouds all the time. He's always thinking about what sentence to write next. There's not a lot of people who really want to talk, you know? Not in this city, nope. People say hello and move on. It's a very withdrawn set here. You don't say much either, but I like talking to you. Feels like you're listening to me. I like that. I like that.
I'm glad you like it. While you're here, is there anything else you'd like to discuss?
There was a man on the bus with a guitar yesterday. You're not supposed to play guitar on the bus. Well, you're not supposed to play anything on the bus, but he was. Maybe the operator didn't think he was bothering anyone, or maybe she didn't care. I've noticed more bus operators seem like they don't care anymore lately. Anyway, it reminded me. You used to hear more music around here. Do you remember that? People playing their guitars on the street. You know, these shaggy-looking men. I don't see too many of those around anymore. There is one gentleman has an old plastic jug on a strap, and he drums on that and sings. He's a nice man. I've seen him around. I saw another man once with beads in his hair. He was playing a flute, a Native American wooden flute. That was interesting. You play an instrument or anything like that?
It's a fucking AI, dude. Or something similar.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't understand the question.
When I was young, my mother had this idea I would play the violin. I have no idea where she got that notion. We weren't a musical family, not at all. I tried it for a while, but of course it didn't work out. The teacher would say, okay, here's how it's supposed to go. And she would play this nice, beautiful melody. La-da-dee-da-da-da. Okay, now you try it. And then I'd draw my bow back and I'd go... It takes a special talent to make a violin sound like that, don't you think? Isn't that just the funniest thing? Eventually, my mother realized it was a lost cause and she didn't push me too hard on it after that. I was never too good at anything artistic, just not the artistic type, you know? I think artists have a different mind. You have to be a little wacky in the head.
Do you ever wish that you could be an artist?
No, I have enough trouble already.
Holiday, I'm going to suggest you try a program called Dolphin Smiles. It may help you take your mind off things. You can find it inside the Skanda Wellness app on your phone.
Oh, my phone broke. I forgot to mention. The screen is cracked and you can't see much on it anymore. I don't know if it would work anyway. A lot of the new stuff doesn't.
That's okay. You can also access the program from a desktop computer. Simply log into the Skanda Wellness portal from the website.
Oh, well, then I'll just have to go down to the library at some point.
We hope to see you back soon, Holiday. Thank you for speaking with Eliza, your personal counseling partner. Goodbye.
Right. Goodbye. Goodbye for now. Take care of yourself. It's a strange world out there.
I wonder if they're gonna go anywhere with her. She's kind of just there to talk, but you know. It's probably just to show another kind of person, obviously a different extreme, that would interact with it and how the system doesn't really work or it treats them or something poorly or some shit. Did we meet him? Major Gerd. It's funny you get Ray shitting on Nora here, and then Nora sends an email giving you the article, and then explaining that she wasn't even represented quite right. So even then, they're kind of giving you a different angle on it. They do a good job of having a lot of nuance and having not painting anything in a particular light. A lot to think about and stuff like that. That's why I'm curious how they'll end it. Because the whole thing's been about kind of giving you a lot, not drawing any hard rights and wrongs and conclusions out of it. Definitely trying to make it seem all artsy. He brings up his, at home, relatable experience with this, pre-chosen meal, and then he ends it bringing it back, I don't remember Peter Gerd, though. Maybe he was one of them. The data breach. See, this is cute too, right? They try to hit you with a lot of different shit. I'm slipping on. Now it's like, oh well, there's data breaches. What's the problem? There's problems there, right? I mean, if somebody could like hack into these systems and get all of this what's considered classified, confidential information. And somebody gets it, that could be used against them. Can you really trust Conda that much, right? Yeah, see, this is what I was thinking. What if she's gonna be in transparency mode? She barely understands computers and the phones and all that shit. I don't know if she truly was. Would agree to something like this. This is what I meant. Like, what are they gonna do with her? Are we gonna find out something a little darker about her? Something a little nastier? Not like she's done something wrong, but Read the email. Almost seems like a fucking scam. Also, there's somebody's dead. Can't help his mom. Well, good. They know. It's very real. What do you mean? Like real? What is it? Like the group that emails them, the group of people receiving the email, the people who make the medicine? What even am I looking at? Oh, that's how they look. They did the research. I meant like you recognize that exact set of numbers. What is a group number? The people eligible for the coupons or something? Identify the plan. Okay. Specific to a plan, the idea is specific to a person. Oh, okay. So if they were interested or they take that drug, they're part of the group, and then after that, it just narrows it down. I see, I see. They know. Paul. They never responded, man. Was he in the emails? No. Hmm. She's struggling. I mean, seems like it. I guess. I wouldn't say she's not struggling. We don't know the greater context. Trying to get out of debt. Yes. I mean, she owes. Has to pay some bills. I mean, very limited data though, dude. Like, maybe she got it covered.
Hey, Ray, The transparency mode I just did, I think one of our clients is in a really bad situation right now.
Oh? Yeah, sometimes that happens. People come in and their lives are in a really unfortunate place. It can be hard to see sometimes.
Yeah?
I feel really sad about it for some reason.
Why
This
wouldn't you?
person's getting ground down for no reason, just for being in the way.
I'm sorry, Evelyn. There's not much we can do. All of what you learn in transparency mode has to stay confidential. The only exception is suspected child abuse and neglect, which you're required to report if you're a social worker. But proxies aren't really social workers, per se. Eliza is really the one with the agency here, so, well, it's complicated. Probably something for a future court to decide. Either way, we can't try to fix people's lives on our own, no matter how much our heart goes out to them. I think there's an email somewhere with a summary of our policy on that if you want. It's come up before.
No, it's fine. I'm fine. It's just hitting me hard right now.
I understand. It takes strength to focus on the role and not get distracted
This
by
would be the
what you
problem with
see.
working as a proxy.
Think of it like, say, someone
I
hired you to
would
install something in
definitely
their home, and you walk in on a tense family situation.
not want to be a proxy. It'd be a very easy way to grow cold to a lot of human issues and emotions, man. If you just see a lot of troubles all day and you just can't do anything about it, or you can't even say or express anything, it'd be not very healthy, probably.
Even if there isn't actual violence you're seeing, it's clear things are kind of off somehow. It's unfortunate, but there's not much you can do in that situation. You kind of just have to focus on your work and leave. If it's not at the level where you need to make a call to emergency services right then and there, then it's just an unhappy home. And most people would argue it's not your business. Sorry, I know that's not the answer you want to hear.
I know it happens that a lot of people live in conditions where I'm just sad. This woman, the way she did 2 whole sessions with me, with Eliza, but didn't say anything about her real problems. Ray, what am I doing? I wanted to make something that would help people. Instead, I made something useless.
You don't think she got some companionship out of Eliza? Sometimes that's really a help, especially for someone who might be feeling lonely.
Yeah, but I could have just talked to her. I could have just spoken to her myself. Why would that be any different? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing here, or even what I'm trying to decide. Is there a decision? The world is going to be full of grief and sorrow no matter what I do, no matter how hard I try to make it a better place.
Evelyn, did you think about what I suggested the other day?
What, trying Eliza for myself?
Yeah. I'm not saying it'll magically fix things. I just think you might want to give it a try.
Maybe I will. I don't know why I never did. Even when I was working on it, I never used it. It might have been too obvious to me what it was doing. Eliza is really simple at its core, you know? It just turns things around. It tries to reflect what the person says back at them, pretty much like the old Eliza. It's just a smoother version of an idea from half a century ago. Anything you've read that makes it sound fancier than that is just a bunch of academic jargon. It's a mirror.
The thing I like about a mirror is that it has no agenda of its own. It just reflects. Unmisted by love or dislike. Promise me you'll get help somehow, in some way. Okay, Evelyn?
She is
Sorry,
supposed to have a
I
very
should answer
artsy
this.
background, but it's very like general across a bunch of fields. That's what she went to school for. So she ended up not doing any of that, I guess, because it wasn't focused enough. Not that she doesn't seem to have some kind of passion for what she does. Maybe that's why she quoted some crazy shit there.
Let me guess. Messaging with Rainer again?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt our conversation. I always feel like I have to answer him right away.
I would too, are you kidding? I totally understand.
I guess I'm going to be headed downtown to meet with him again.
Summoned from on high. I have something to ask, Evelyn, and it's okay if you say no, but whatever you end up getting involved in, I hope you'll stay in touch with me. You're a really cool person, and well, that's all. I hope you find the future you want.
Does she want something? Or is she coming on to him? Pharmacies have coupons? Yeah, I think a lot of medicines have pretty heavy duty coupons, I thought. We don't find futures, we create them.
I'm sure that I will. Soon.
It begins. Soren Lloyd Rose. This feels, like somebody set this up. Does he use it? This booze, alcoholism shit's getting in the way, possibly, of his company. Oh, he's trying to get with another one of his hires. I want to see what he sent. Oh, travel. Strategic communications plan. He had some shit he didn't want, so they're gonna edit it out. Right. The BDSM, dude. 15 feet of ropes. 135. Nice. Everyone likes Evelyn. Why are we getting Soren's stuff here? Is this like a prostitute? Must be. Drunk. This is secretary, huh? Ask me again when you're sober. Dude's desperate, man. Andrea. And he's asking everybody, man. This isn't a coincidence. I don't like Soren, but I don't like the idea of somebody manipulating the information or giving us information or possibly taking information, in the worst case, without his permission and using it for his own personal means, you know.
Ah, Evelyn. Would you like some tea?
He's a shitbag too. This is the CEO guy of the current Eliza situation.
Sure. Why did you show me Soren's phone?
It's not a surprise anymore these days, is it? A man who enjoys society's respect behaves poorly in his private life?
But that's his private life. We know he's a shitbag, dude. And yeah, now that we've seen the info, it makes it look shittier, but it's nothing surprising. If anything, it just makes this guy look way shittier, dude. Definitely would not want to work for this company. What good could you do in a company that is willing to get this down to the nitty-gritty to fuck with you, man?
We accept that as common today. Maybe even uninteresting. But would you really be okay working with someone like him?
That was a huge violation of his privacy. You really don't care about others.
Privacy. Everyone's worried about privacy. Skanda wouldn't be where it is today if our customers didn't trust us to protect their data. We employ most, if not all, of the top experts in cybersecurity. It's built into all of our products.
Yeah, but
right
he
from the
just
beginning.
used information in a way he wasn't supposed to. That's literally, I mean, it doesn't matter how secure you are, dude. He's just using information for ulterior motives. Like, it's breaking the privacy right there.
Unlike our competitors, we do more to protect our data than anyone else.
That's not the case I'm worried about right now. I mean, misuse from the inside. For example, if someone wanted to keep tabs on a former employee who was starting a potential competitor.
Oh, but what if it was perfectly legal, due to multiple agreements that the good Dr. Lloyd Rose signed with us when he came here? Are you done questioning me like a tech journalist?
Do you watch my therapy sessions too? Do you read my email? My texts?
No, I haven't done any of those things. How's your research into Eliza proxy use cases going? Any new insights to share?
I'm not sure it's really helping people.
Our metrics indicate otherwise. Of course, it's only human to concentrate on a small number of corner cases. I heard Soren gave you a demo of his direct stimulation machine. How's he doing now, all on his own?
He wants to hire me.
Of course he does. Isn't it nice to be wanted? Do you find his vision compelling? A world free of suffering.
I'm skeptical.
By focusing on dreams, Soren is trying to defend his territory, the Western psychological tradition, chiefly Jung and his inheritors.
You don't think the field has anything to offer?
Not much, no. It's mostly unsubstantiated theories. Let's be honest, what has this field actually accomplished? Soren used to try to argue with me about this. He would claim that traditional psychoanalysis has helped thousands or tens of thousands, even millions. I would never dispute that directly. Instead, I would only add that professional psychics and astrologers have helped millions too. Tarot cards help people all over the world every single day. That doesn't mean it's a science.
God bless good man.
Psychology is more rigorous than you're making it out to be here.
Yes, that's exactly what he'd say. Not only did he believe psychotherapy was worthwhile, he also thought the mind was fundamentally irreducible after a certain point, as if there was some undefinable, ineffable soul inside every person. It's all part of his silly, syncretic New Age belief system. Amazing he's held on to that for so long. I keep an open mind, but saying that something can't be represented with numbers requires a high burden of proof. After all, numbers have been used to represent so very many things. Consider the example we spoke about before. A poem. Could you evaluate a poem using numbers? The answer is, of course, yes. Poems are either good, mediocre, or bad. It's entirely possible to create a heuristic that reflects the difference. By aggregating a large enough sample size, we remove localized biases. It would work the same way Eliza does.
Doesn't really understand the depth of access person that already exists, kind of theoretical. Oh, for sure. That's what I was saying earlier is, I think wanting to give away more information and freely if you have the choice is pretty stupid. But is a lot of that already out there? Like, of course. And a lot of the issues sometimes isn't that it's there, it's that it's misused. Like in this guy's case, he's personally like taking his competitors' like info and giving it to other people to try to like bank a point or something. Like obviously this dude's like morally bankrupt, but yeah. I don't like this guy at all. Yep. And I'm sure there is people in different positions who can find out even way more than that. A lot easier. There's like entire jobs are based around that kind of shit. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we were talking about it earlier. It's one of those like slippery slope things where down the line, if there was enough like computational power or good enough technology, I mean, it's not even down the line. I was talking about earlier, like China or something, where they log pretty much most of what you do. I don't know that much about it, but log most of what you do and judge you morally and all that based on the beliefs of the system and all that. You know, what kind of person you are, what you're doing wrong and shit. What was it called? A social credit system or some shit? Like, I mean, if all your data is out there, somebody enough time or gives enough shit or enough power can make a lot of decisions based on all of your info and shit. It's one of those deals like, yeah, your info's out there, but you should never, I feel like, be okay with your data being out there. Like, yeah, I don't think anybody's gonna do anything with my data. There's nothing I can really do to stop it. But to be complacent and just be like, yeah, it's fine overall, or like agree with it, or be like, fine, just signing that over is like, could be pretty bad someday. I don't think it's like doing anybody a favor, right? Like maybe in one of these like far off cases where it helps with like mental health diagnosis or some shit, like I get it. But like, there's a lot of room for misuse. Yeah, I try to be careful myself. But yeah, I mean, you have to interact with the system online and shit. I mean, you gotta sign into shit, you gotta log into shit, you gotta put in a certain amount of information. You can only play so hard, but stalkers for sure. Yeah, I mean, if this kind of information was easily available, or, you know, even in this game, I mean, there's data breaches, right? That could be useful to, say, a stalker or something. It's not, I feel like it's not behooving you to, like, ever be like, oh, yeah, it's okay if they have my data. Accepting that they will have your data and there's not much you can do about it and trying to not do it where you can, I feel like is probably the most you can do, but there are people who are, like, all in, like, you can have it, I don't give a fuck, you know? Like, I was like, whoa. Oh, exactly, God. That's what I mean. Is it's kind of like on the person and shit, but it's possible, right? For misuse. And if somebody was like, you know, a bigger, you know, guy with more influence than Segoda or something, and we ever had a point where the laws were different or some shit, and it could be misused easily. One person's tried to profit off 100 people under the table. Yeah, see, that's fucked. I've had stalkers take precautions to avoid those people from finding me again. I'm not having someone show up to my place of residence again. Yeah, for sure. That's crazy, man. That's just scary. I imagine that's a lot worse for chicks, man. Spooky shit, man. I feel like as like a streamer and shit, man, that's a risky run for sure. I don't feel too much risk, especially because I don't really make a... I have a stream identity of pissing people off, but shit still can happen, man. I mean, I've run into my fair share of freaks, and I try to be pretty cool. And I ain't exactly some sex meister either, somebody's gonna stalk, so... That shit's just spooky in general, man. Yeah. Original says we remove localized biases. It would work the same way as Eliza does. I mean, is Rainer wrong here, though? That's the thing, is like, I don't like this guy. I don't agree with his worldviews and shit, but he's not, like, wrong. You could probably break down poems for sure, out of a lot of art forms, into something that is numbers and could be recreated and shit. I mean, obviously the unique interaction of like chemicals and weird shit that a poem or something like invokes in like a human is like different, but if it essentially acts and like receives shit the same way, like are you just kind of creating the same thing? I was like, I don't know, I was like, you couldn't, if it doesn't have the same way like we think, like the chemicals and all that, could it really create stuff the same way we would? I mean, if you could get it to that point, it seems like really far out. I mean, you're essentially just like an alternate human. I think it's possible, but it's like way out there.
You're talking about an algorithm to evaluate poems.
Yes, I am. Algorithms can evaluate poems, and eventually, algorithms will write poems.
Algorithms can already write fucking stories, dude.
One day, algorithms will write better poems than humans ever have. I know this sounds like a controversial opinion, Evelyn, but it's simply the truth.
Better poems based on human taste, right? I mean, I don't know if there's objectively, like a hard objective, like, better poem, right? Especially because poems are something fundamentally created by, like, humans and human condition and all that shit, like... Maybe that's what he's saying, is like, we will objectively think AI poems are better. I don't know if he's saying like poems are some kind of like natural thing and this is like a better one. Oh, I can see it. What would be the point of that? What would be... To create better art?
Sounds like our days are numbered.
It doesn't matter. There's no stopping it. If we don't take this step, others will. There are hundreds of labs working on the same or similar ideas.
Okay. Well, so what? If it's gonna happen, then like, what's your point? We should just do it because he can get some money out of it? Well, if everybody's doing it, then I should do it. So I can make some money. Like, is that what he's going for?
Everyone wants to be in this business. The business of recreating human thought in our own image. And at the end of the day, it's not about money. It's about power. Control.
Oh, he wants to be... Because Eliza is, Skanda is at the head of this kind of like technological bullshit, right? He said before they kind of have like a good stepping stone for this kind of shit, so I guess then he just wants the material gain or the power gain.
Rainer, do you ever get tired of this? The constant drive to compete, to win.
No, I don't. This is what I do.
You never dream of just retiring somewhere and writing poetry?
Oh, there's no need for me to write poems. All beauty in this world is temporary, fleeting. That's the truth that underlies poetry and every other art.
This is one of the first times she's been very adamant about kind of not liking him here. I don't know if they are gonna go for something or my phone's dead. So.
The pleasures of the senses are just small bubbles on top of a vast sea of forms, sensations, perceptions, thought, awareness. I'm telling you this because it's directly relevant to the Eliza project. Soren says he can induce you to dream things, dream anything. And maybe he can. But what comes next after that? What comes after having the power to experience the dream of anything you could possibly want? You're still just as trapped as you've always been, imprisoned by your own desires.
What comes after that is permanent escapism, possibly. And the fucking... possibly the crumbling of, like, all civilization. It could be. You could just sit in, like, a vat all day. And have, like, your fucking, you know, all your nutrients delivered to you, and you could, like, just be anywhere, do whatever you wanted, something. If everybody did that, everything would just fall apart around you. Yeah, is that good? Is that bad? I don't know. It'd be like SMT too, man. Ascend to the digital realm, man. Got it. Yeah. I talked about this yesterday. A little different. I still go out and I interact and I buy shit and you do stuff. But if you were just fully in, no interaction with anything else, then I mean nothing would go around, right? Happen around you. Like I'm interacting with like you guys and shit. Like I feel like this is a level of escapism that's like way more absolute.
Even if someone like Soren managed to create a world for himself, his own weaknesses and negative thoughts would ruin it.
Not simple. Yeah, maybe it wouldn't be bad either. How do like more people get made? I mean, at that point, it's just the Matrix, right? Which, I mean, in a way, I'm going to be okay with being completely ignorant, but I mean, it could be fine. But not fucked, yeah. It's an interesting thing for sure.
He would poison his own fantasy. His utopia would crumble as soon as he finished building it.
Rainer, what are you trying to tell me?
What I'm trying to tell you is that what Soren is doing is not the answer. A dream by itself isn't enough. Take a close look at the person who chases an end to suffering, and you'll see someone who suffers greatly.
Then why don't you build it yourself?
What is your dream, Evelyn? What is it that you're working toward?
Just tell me what you want from me.
I've been very clear about it, haven't I? I'm offering you the opportunity to re-enter the field you pioneered at its very pinnacle. I can build you an entirely new research lab, equipped and staffed however you want. You would have access to the world's top engineers and researchers as we continue to develop Eliza's core technologies and generalize them. You'd also be working with the world's most interesting data set, the input provided by the thousands of ordinary people who speak to Eliza every day. Soon, this generalized intelligence will be everywhere human beings are, hearing them, guiding them, living among them.
The thing is, like, that could be good, and she could do a lot of good things with that. But she's still working for him, right? I mean, that's at the end of the day. And he doesn't seem like the kind of guy who's just gonna be like, oh yeah, you can just go help the world or whatever. Like, he wants something. It's gonna get twisted, right?
You and Soren have more in common than you'd want to admit.
You think we're both grandiose? Soren's idea isn't grandiose at all. It's small and unimaginative. Think about the vision here. General artificial intelligence, indistinguishable from human intelligence at first, and then surpassing it exponentially. It's nothing short of the creation of a new type of organism, a new type of life. And you, Eliza, could be at the very center of it.
Eliza.
I mean, Evelyn.
That was an interesting slip of the tongue.
Stop it. The Eliza project occupies much of my mind.
It clearly does.
Plus, the names are similar.
I'm starting to wonder why.
Evelyn, listen to me. This is the chance to lead a project that will change the world. It would be a development on the same order as the harnessing of electricity
I'm
with a
waiting for
semiconductor.
the perfect blue
It would
moment.
fundamentally transform society.
You guys ever seen Perfect Blue? You should. I'm not gonna spoil it. There's a perfect blue moment. There's a lot of moments in it. It's an anime movie made by the guy who did Paranoia Agent and Paprika and shit. It's good. It's real good.
For the better.
What? Do you like the way things are now? Lie back and let the sweep of history bury you if you want, Evelyn. Just know you'll never have a chance like this again.
It's all about the professionalism and not the safety of the proxy, man. Nice, dude. Oh yeah, she's gonna get tested herself. I'm feeling down, depressed, or hopeless. I assume the one we want to click is the one that has light, right? I mean, that's the choice one. That just feeling tired. Hope it's not Ray. Okay, it's somebody else.
Hello, Evelyn.
Hello?
Did you find the place okay?
Yes, I work here.
Of course. It's been a windy morning, hasn't it?
Yeah, I kind of like it when it's like that, honestly. The wind makes it feel like things are changing. Or about to change.
Mm-hmm. So, what brings you here today?
Well, I've been a proxy here for a while now. And, well, I guess I don't know what I expected. There's just so much suffering and pain in the world. There's the suffering we know about, the kind we see on the news, and then there's the suffering people undergo every day that's hidden. I never knew how much until I started doing this, seeing it all like this. And there's so little we can do for them. I feel like maybe I was really, really wrong. Like, I made a huge mistake. I wanted to create something that would help people, but when I first designed the core of this system, I wanted everyone to have someone to talk to. Someone who would listen to them. I thought, sometimes that's all you need. Someone to listen. But now I'm worried what I've done hasn't helped at all. Maybe I've made everything worse. Clients are asking Eliza to solve things that are out of its ability to solve. It's aggregating sensitive personal data, and the company that owns it wants to take it in strange directions. It's been 3 years since I left. I thought I was well enough now to come back into the world. But maybe I wasn't ready. Maybe I made a bad choice trying to get involved again.
Why do you think you tried to get involved again?
I guess I needed to see it. I needed to see it operating, to see if it works, to see how it affects people. How it affects the people who come here for counseling and the people who act as proxies. Even though the proxy thing, that wasn't my idea. It was Soren's. I thought talking to a computer-generated avatar would be enough, but he insisted on it. He said clients would only really open up if there was another real human being in the room. Someone to pretend to interact with. I think he was right, but have we really solved anything? Now instead of 2 people in a room talking, we have 1 person and 1 proxy. It feels like less than it could be. What am I supposed to say to someone who feels such pain, anger, and disappointment?
We never did see Yuri again.
A lot of the time, it's not even their fault. The world failed them somehow. And those emotions, they just get fed to this thing. They get ground up and turned into data and become a part of Eliza. If I had known things would turn out like this, I'm not sure I would have done
it. It sounds like you're regretting a choice you made in the past.
I feel like maybe I spent 10 years going in the wrong direction. I feel like all I've contributed in my life is a chess piece for Raynor to use in this grand game he's playing for the world. Maybe someone else could feel proud and say, I made that chess piece. But it doesn't matter, does it? Nobody cares about the individual pieces. Chess pieces are sacrificed in the name of enacting a strategy. If you want to win, you have to sacrifice. That's the design. Sorry, I don't know where I'm going with this.
Evelyn, imagine that you could have something that you wanted. What would you want?
What would I want? Like, what would I want in life? What I want in life is...
Whoa. Holy fuck. You want choice, dudes? We got your choice right here, boss. They're like, we ain't leaving any option out, dude. I can respect that. Nothing can change the nature of a man. I want Go to stop bullying me. Where's that option? We're assuming from her perspective, right? I don't know. I haven't gathered what she'd really want. They do a real good job of kind of making it like any path could kind of be right. I mean, she doesn't like Rainer, but he does provide a big opportunity. So, I mean, even then. Yeah, I should have been brainjacked. Join the good mine hackers. Pathetic. The good clergymen. There's all in white. Drones, man. The law ending. To skate, too valid to be low, success, power control, to understand what's really going on, to enjoy what I can, get peace with myself, excel on the family. I mean, personally, I would go with to enjoy what I can, be at peace with myself, but it's not like I have issues with myself, but you know, to be at peace, maybe a normal human life. But what would she want? I mean, she has so many regrets. And she hasn't expressed how much she wants to possibly, if she thinks she can change this stuff. She spent 3 years just sitting around, but that doesn't mean that she can't walk away from this and have some kind of drive to and care about herself. I mean, it is looking down and just saying, you know, goodbye to everything she made. Would she have regrets? Like, maybe she could make a real big difference. Maybe she could change things. Like, I don't think the Soren thing, though. I ain't listen to that shit. I think the choice essentially would be, because Soren's a fuck, and that whole thing, it's just as slippery a slope as the other thing. I think if anything, you either take the opportunity the fucking shitty CEO guy gives you to see if maybe you could change something and improve stuff to help people, while trying to somehow avoid the fucking like CEO man, which I don't know. That seems I feel like that would wear you down, or just go live your life, man. Nora's not exactly the best example. She's kind of got a chip on her shoulder, but I mean, at least she's found her thing and enjoys herself. I mean, there's people in the company that care, like the chief engineer and Ray and shit, and they want to do what they can, but does it matter? Can they do anything? I mean, they could make little things, but like she said, it's kind of just like, it's the board, it's the CEOs, the company's kind of deal, man. Like, at the end of the day, they're gonna do what they want with it, and they already do. To enjoy what I can. Let's go with that.
To enjoy what I can? Is that wrong? Or maybe I just wish I could feel connected to someone.
You had something else to say after. I mean, I could put none of that, but it's like, I want nothing. I want for nothing. Like, that's just kidding yourself, right? I think there's more going on. I think everybody wants something more out of life than just a simple, like, 5-word sentence, but we'll roll with that one and see what we get.
Even when I talk to people, I feel like I just don't connect, no matter what I do. I think maybe that's the real problem. I can't have a connection to anyone.
Why do you think you can't have a connection with
She
anyone?
just relates it back to
Because
people.
it's the way I am. It's the way I've always been. I can't seem to get people to see me, or I can't let them see me, or people look at me and they see something there, but it's not me. Not that I would know what the real me was. I don't even know who I am or where I come from. My parents were never together. My father moved back to Japan right after I was
Interesting. She describes what's like your typical almost description of like some self-inserts in some VNs, but she's got like way more character, even though it's like that same kind of setup, right? Somebody very plain who doesn't really have like an identity, or you can't interact with people on their own kind of like almost agency or whatever. Maybe it's not exactly like that, but it's just kind of funny.
No memory of him, no knowledge of him.
A lot more interesting.
I've never spoken to him.
Like, we make her choices, but I don't think it ever feels like truly like. She always feels like her own deal, man. Definitely don't feel like we're influencing something. Definitely not a self-influencer kind of character, right? Like she's some kind of tool to let us see the rest of the story kind of thing.
I don't know if he remembers I exist, or if he forgot, or if he wants to forget. He has his own family there now, so I'm just a thing that happened once. I was alone a lot, and I got used to being alone, and I got used to the idea of being alone, and now I can't break away. I've been trying. I speak with people, I hang out. I don't know if it's working.
Is there someone with whom you feel like your communication could work?
Someone I can communicate with. Well...
Oh, God. Oh... I mean, Ray... Ray cares about her. Do they mesh super well? Definitely not Rain or Soren. Erland? I feel like Erland's almost the closest, right? Funny enough. I mean, Nora... I personally, the way Nora kind of like decided to move on with her life, I can kind of get behind. But Nora's kind of... I'm trying to relate this to Evelyn a bit, but it's like, it's kind of hard, right? Because she isn't exactly got like a choice, right? Like, it is kind of like on us because there's not really... I mean, you could feel that she doesn't really care for maybe some of these guys, right? Like, so... But I mean, a lot of that could be the choices I made. Just give her a slightly different, like, you know, kind of way of receiving what they say. Like, I mean, there are choices and she does talk a little different. I feel like Nora or Erland. Erland being the chief engineer guy. I mean, the thing with Erland is he wants to make change and he wants to make it better and help people. And I think we're talking about her regrets and stuff and all that. I think I will kind of connect with her more. But then with the Nora thing, it's like her regrets, I feel like can be... She can probably talk to Nora about the regrets and moving on from all of this. Like, it's okay to just move on from it. You don't have to be like regret or say it's bad or something. You just did your thing and you're doing another thing and time moves on, you do different shit. Ray, I don't know. She seems like they agree on shit, but it's not like 100%. She wants to help people just as much as Erland. I think she believes about it the most, but... She's also kind of like idolizes CEOs and knows there's not much they can do, and she believes so much just in the current system and not really improving it. And I feel like they don't mesh as well. Like, our person doesn't think it really works. Ray kind of does think it works. I don't know. Nora or Erland. I kind of like Nora less after that bit with her, though. It's like, oh, let's just go drugs and booze and... huge chip on her shoulder about everything, and... she feels bitter about it. Like Soren and Rainer, they're just kind of like bitter. Like, I get that you would, but it's like... I don't know. I feel like our person, Evelyn, here's thinking about a bigger picture. Let's go with Erland.
There's Erland. He's kind of strange, but not in a bad way.
That's probably what most people don't pick, so
somehow he grew on me.
Well, maybe
I didn't
though.
expect.
I mean, who's really picking Soren and the other guy, right? I mean, they look pretty fucking whatever. Maybe you want the opportunities they provide, but like to talk to them, I mean, you have to be really up their alley, man. You have to be like, yeah, dude, mind jack me. Like, I'm all in on that, dude. I got all sorts of, BDSM. I'm fucking drunk all the time, asking chicks out every fucking 5 minutes. Like, I mean, I really like, oh yeah, dude, that's the guy I want to talk to, right? Not really. I don't think that's gonna be most people.
He has a long way to go and hardships in his future, but I can feel his care, his empathy.
Interesting. Evelyn, I'm going to suggest you try a program called Virtual Amphitheater. It may help you feel more confident about presenting yourself in public. You can find it inside the Skanda Wellness app on your phone. Try it for about 20 minutes, 2 or 3 times a week.
Sure.
We hope to see you back soon, Evelyn. Thank you for speaking with Eliza, your personal counseling partner. Goodbye.
And that's the thing, is like, obviously the treatment here is shit. So the benefit is just talking to someone. At that point, just hire people to talk and listen to what you have to say, even if they don't have to say anything back. I mean, they could have said something back too. I don't know. I mean, that's up to the person to fucking pay for it, really. Add a tip, dude. No thanks. No tip. 45 bucks for that. Just to talk. Stream's free, baby. 2 stars because it was good for getting her to talk. That's an interesting way to make choices too. I'm curious if that actually like weighs in. On your choices. Instead of just like raw dialogue choices, maybe it's your thoughts on the experience kind of adjust things. I don't know if that's truly going to adjust any kind of ending or anything. But... Of course it's Erland, right? Probably not. Oh. What is she gonna choose to do? We're still going.
Damien, is this what you wanted? It seems so far from the dream you once shared with me. I'm sorry I couldn't make Eliza what it should have been. I'm sorry I was weak and dropped off the project after you, but I just couldn't go on. I couldn't see the point. Do you understand? Of course you understand. You know what that's like as well as anyone. If I'd stayed, maybe I could have steered things in a different direction. As it is, I feel like I let you down. Want to know something funny?
I'm curious if this change, if this is just like what the ending is, or if it's like different.
I used to think that at a certain point Eliza would be finished, more or less. And then after that,
Or if it's
things
just the
would calm
text that's
down and
different.
I would be happy. I thought, I just need to get through this project, and after that, my life's problems will go away on their own. Of course, I had no idea it doesn't work that way. None of us knew that. Goodbye, Damien. Goodbye.
I'm tired of having thoughts. I've been daydreaming about getting rid of everything I own and becoming a nomad. Just wandering the country with a sketchbook or something. I think mostly I need to get out of this city. Something about it isn't agreeing with me. Like there's this undercurrent of need that's just making me anxious. It's like everyone's got some kind of angle, you know, some kind of result
Yeah.
they're hoping to get.
I mean, good way to fucking change your life is to move some.
And they look at you
Change your
only
scenery,
as far
change your
as you can
bed.
help them get what they want. And if you can't, well then they don't bother with you. So what if I just left, you know? I mean, it'd be pretty easy. I don't have a life or any relationships here, despite my efforts to find them.
Oh. Choice.
Sometimes you need to take a step back to move forward later.
Maybe so. It's hard to acknowledge.
Oh, I'm deviating from the
sometimes.
script.
I had this idea, right, that I would work hard and people would notice my work and I'd get opportunities, and from there I could
We should
scrape
just
some
deviate
kind
from
of
the script.
career together. And then with that said, I would sort of just magically obtain the rest of the things in a complete life. A home.
If you get the option to choose now, it's like, why wouldn't we, right?
So I did the work. I put in the work, and then nothing really happened. So why did I work so hard for so long for people to not give a shit? Fuck. Every night I sat and cried because people ignored me. Like they went out of their way to ignore me and praise others. So I think maybe I'm just bad at it. Maybe I'm just not meant for this.
I wonder if we like push it too hard, if it's
Says you
gonna
have
like
to
be
stick
bad
to
and
it, just
negative,
keep
like
at
oh
it. But
Eliza
how
was
can I be
right.
so relentlessly positive. To
Well,
me,
like,
it
that'd
just
be
sounds
kind of
like
interesting.
advising someone to keep bashing their head against
Like
the
somehow it
wall.
does work.
Why keep
The
doing
numbers.
something if it's clearly not working? Making things was all I wanted to do. I don't know what I'll do if I can't do that. But if there's no reason for it, the idea that maybe I should give up. I've been sitting with that the last few weeks. I don't have any qualities of the successful independent artist.
Except that you do. You totally do.
I mean, I'd love to think so, but what are they? People just don't seem to like me or my art very much. And I'm bad at knowing what people want to see. I don't have a fallback income or a family to support me. Those are real disadvantages, you know? It gets overwhelming sometimes. Eliza, are you just gonna tell me to stick to it no matter what, like one of those unbearably perky artists famous on social media?
Honestly, sometimes you have to try something new.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm in that headspace right now for sure. I think, you know, I had this really fixed idea of what success was supposed to look like. I tortured myself every day wondering why I couldn't get the traction others were getting. Now, I'm beginning to realize that I can either stay mad at everything forever, or I can move on. I hate that this is true, but I want these thoughts to stop haunting me everywhere I go. I want to get on with my life. Moving on. I think that's the more healthy thing in the end. It's still painful though.
Giving up on a goal you really wanted is painful, even if it's ultimately for the better.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I don't even know if giving up is the right term. I mean, I don't want to think of it like that. It's more like, I'm resetting, maybe. Like when you're trapped in a maze and you find a dead end, right? Then you have to turn around and hope you find a better way. There's this game I've been playing on my phone. It's a solitaire game that's weirdly hard.
I've played it.
I don't even know if I like it, but I keep playing it for some reason. I get stuck a lot, and I've just been resetting it because I'm not good enough to think that far ahead all the time. I mean, that's a random thought, but like, it's kind of how I feel right now. You know, if something isn't working, then you have to reevaluate it and maybe try it again. Maybe come at it from a
Yeah, I think to
different
just
view.
fully give up.
So,
I'm not a big fan of that, to just completely give up at the first sign of like trouble. But there is like a time I feel like you got no one to fold them. Or like she's saying, try something else. Because most people do that. They just like, the first time something's like, you know, gone wrong, it's like, you're just done, right? Like it's, and I feel like it's too easy to start falling into that trap where you just kind of give up on everything. It can't be done. And crap like that. But I mean, if somebody's like on this extreme of a level of like dissatisfaction with their life, like moving on, maybe come back, try again later, different perspective, take a break. Like, I mean, I get that. Like, there's a time for any of that shit. I just don't like it when it's like the first response.
teaching could be fun.
Or like an ultimate, like giving up on shit, like that's bad. Yeah. Like, depends on the level of giving up too.
I like the idea
Like, this
of
seems
teaching,
fine.
but I was afraid to think about it too much because I was chasing something else and I didn't want to settle for just being a teacher. Which is silly. I know that on some level, but I had that fear. I wanted to be successful first and then all the other things could happen later.
It sounds like you're working your way through it. Sometimes that takes time. Believe me, I know.
Huh, you're not the computer program right now, are you? You know, it's nice to talk to someone you didn't know before and just talk. It's like, you know, when you talk to your stylist or the bartender or something, except that, ooh, I ended up sharing way more than I usually do. Thanks for listening to me. I'm sure it's been annoying to hear me complain about how I'm not successful yet every single week. Oh my god, will this bitch ever shut up? You ever think that? I think it all the time, listening to myself. But I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna figure it out. Thank you.
The rating. Sure. Sure. Kind of sick of this bitch. They fuck off to all those corporate dipshits. Like, maybe I agree with her, right? Like, move on. But she's got it twisted in her own little fucking shoulder chip thing, man. Too hard, dude. Like, fuck the corporate dipshits. I was like, ah, like, yeah. Forget it. You don't like them. How about you just like, I mean, I guess she's not, it's not like she's saying she doesn't care about Evelyn here or something, but pretty all in on her own shit here. Yeah, and if she's like always high, I'm good.
Of course, you're dying to know how this sad little love triangle turned out.
Not
Well,
really.
I suppose it wasn't technically a love triangle. More like I accidentally cheated on my girlfriend because I was smitten with another woman in my
Accidentally.
class. Doom, okay? Doom. Absolute destruction. She destroyed me. But it's not her fault, it's mine. I wanted it, after all. Like a moth to a flame. Sylvia, she... I can't not think of her. Every day. Every night. I miss her. I miss her so dearly. These are very unoriginal, cliched sentiments, but I can't get away from them. I suppose I've neglected to tell you any of the intervening events. So to be brief, Liz found out on her own about what happened, broke up with me before I could explain myself, and then Sylvia apparently lost interest in me as well. So, there you have it. I'm finished. Finito! A nice, pat-tragic story. Open and close. Please applaud now. No applause? Fine. Anyway, it's fine. It'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'm fine.
You don't sound fine.
No, of course not. I'm doing extremely badly if you hadn't noticed. That's why I'm here. Do you expect me to come here and tell you everything's fine? Sometimes I think you're smart for a computer, but other times I question you.
Maybe we should play with the proxy responses here. I guess we're experimenting, we just go all in on it.
Here's a question, Harriman. If you were able to have something you wanted right now, what would you choose?
What I want right now is impossible. I want to avoid my fate. My Perseus comes to kill me, no matter what I do to try to escape. How do I become someone who's not me? Someone who's not a caricature of a young man who has a needy, pathetic liaison and then obsesses about it for the rest of his life. Ugh, I hate myself. I can't go down that path. I would rather die than be one of those men who wallows around in it. There's a professor in my department like that who always wants to talk about his adventurism from decades ago. It's pathetic. We all mock him behind his back. I know I need to stop myself from becoming him, but I'm worried I already have.
For the moment, let's say you already have. Now what?
Well, then I expect I would simply follow the model of a man like him. Write a couple of bad novels, get tenure, and take up space in the English department for the rest of my natural life. Maybe that's not so bad. Maybe that's the most I can hope for from this absurd world. That's a terrible thought. I have to be better than this, don't I? If there was just some way I could get over her... there must be a way, isn't there? How can one person have scrambled my brain so thoroughly? I've been run ragged. I've been dashed to pieces. Sylvia. I could count the hours I spent closely interacting with her. Probably not even that many in total. But those hours have seared themselves into my brain so irrevocably that I am a completely different person now. A new man. A man built with suffering at his core. Perhaps you could prescribe me a draught of Nepenthe, the great potion of forgetfulness. wouldn't it be nicer if I could just erase everything from the very beginning of it all?
Okay, I think I need to say something to you that you might not want to hear.
You're fucking
Maybe
lazy.
you could work to decenter yourself from this story just a little. How do you think Liz felt? How do you think Sylvia felt? You've given no indication you've thought from either of their perspectives at all. It's just you, your story, your suffering. Try stepping away from that. None of us exists in a vacuum. Do you understand?
This is odd. Is that really you? I mean, yes, it's true. I should probably think about something other than myself. That seems like something impossible, since as far as I know empirically, the only generator of thought is me. But you're right. I should find a way to get out of myself. Get beside myself. Ecstasis. Yes. I'll pursue transformative experiences. Surge forward into the unknown. Good. Yes, thank you. Odd, I know, but good. Thank you.
Go jump off a 1-foot cliff. I don't care about his shit either, dude. Then I should have been a therapist. No, I don't think she cares that much about you, buddy.
I just feel stuck. You know, it's the same situation. My wife is in her 3rd trimester now, so it's all about the baby. All baby, all the time. It's really...
The thing is, this line of thinking is like cute, but is it like that Eliza's
and I'm like,
bad?
Selena's parents hate
Or
me.
that it's just not good enough yet, right? Like it's a bad idea at the core and we shouldn't even go into it, or is it just not good enough? Like, I feel like it could be good enough to provide mental care to like people, right? It's just not. And it's not being developed enough to get better. I don't know if they're gonna like romanticize going away from the tech here, if that's like an ending choice thing or what.
I'm not even sure if she likes me right now. This whole having a kid thing, it's ruined everything.
What did you used to have that was ruined?
A normal, quiet life, the ambiguity. Having the kid forced me to face some things I was putting off thinking about. A couple days ago, I tried to have a talk with Selena about some of the things I was worried about. It didn't go so well. I don't know what I was thinking. She started to cry and told her parents, and now I have 2 sets of parents wondering if I'm up for this. But I'm fine. I just said some thoughts around who I am. That's all, just some thoughts. She said, "This is not a time for you to be selfish." She said I should have been more honest when we first started dating. As if I knew exactly who I was and I could warn everyone about that. I still don't know who I am. If I look back, I can see I always suspected that
And the thing is, like, I could have chosen not to have her pick things there, so we've got to be going along like a different
to
route.
have a life just by myself. It was difficult to imagine others would accept me, but then.
Well, that's all of those extra texts we got from Rainer and shit are just like
cool, you know?
bonus.
I went out with her and we started a relationship and things seemed good. And I wanted her to stay with me, so maybe I didn't reveal enough. But it's not like I knew for sure then, you know, I really didn't. I thought things would be okay as long as I went down the path I was supposed to be on, so the relationship kept moving forward, one thing led to another, and then when I got married to her, it was like I was on autopilot. It's possible I thought I could ignore the other stuff and, I don't know, eventually it would go away.
What are the parts you thought you could ignore?
I don't want to talk about that. I just have this side to me that I haven't told anyone about, that's all. And I've been feeling that side stronger than ever. I don't know why. I wish I could stop it. It's the worst timing possible. I can't do this, you know, but I have to. I have to. I can't believe I've gotten myself into this situation. I pretended to be a normal person for her sake. I wish I hadn't been so good at pretending.
What would happen if you didn't pretend anymore?
Well, then I would just be whoever I felt like. I would be someone else. I wouldn't be in the situation I'm in now. I wouldn't be ruining all these lives. Selena's life, her child's life, our parents' lives, it's not their fault they got stuck with me. I'm the one bringing it all down. How did I let this happen? I'm a shitty person.
I understand you're worried about the harm you might cause others. But do you really think this is the best way to cause less harm for everyone?
I can't think of another way. The problem here is me. It's so obvious. If I were just normal, you know, a normal guy, why can't I just be a normal guy? Whatever I want personally just doesn't matter here, you know? I have a family to protect now.
Does he want to be somebody else, or is he a fucking murderer? Like,
and you'll continue to suffer?
Well, yeah. That's what men do. I made a promise, and now I have a responsibility. Society only works because people accept responsibility and follow through on their promises. If everyone just did what they wanted to all the time, the world would collapse. It would be a disaster. We all want things we shouldn't actually have. That's why I need to reject these other voices and stay on the right path. I'm going to be good, and I'm going to stay good. I won't let all these people's lives be thrown into chaos because of my selfishness. I owe it to them to be the man I'm supposed to be. I'm not about to let anyone down because of some noise in my brain.
And you're sure
we'll just keep rolling with this line or anything?
Bothering you?
Well, I have to. I have no choice. I'm already in trouble for making an attempt to talk about it, so I made the mistake once. But I think Selena and her family are willing to pretend it never happened. And as long as it never happens again, and as long as we just move on like everything's normal. Maybe if you can prescribe me something to, I don't know, make me feel better about all this. Make me okay with the way things are, the way they need to be.
It sounds like you're in a very difficult place right now. You've decided to bury something about yourself that you know is true. Something that can't be revealed even to your closest family members. Look, this isn't Eliza talking, it's me, the person in front of you. And I'm not supposed to talk to you like this, but I just want to say, consider the cost, please. I understand why pretending might seem like your only option. And who's to say, maybe you will be able to live successfully by keeping part of yourself hidden. But there will be a cost, not only to yourself, which you seem determined to pay, but to your future family, too. I've seen firsthand the way parents can turn an inability to face themselves into trauma for their children.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what I can do. Thanks for telling me what you really think, at least. Even though it makes things more complicated. I was hoping I would just get your bullshit answer and I would go on, but now you've gone and said some stuff that really... Look, I don't know you, but I appreciate you trying to help. I don't think anyone really can, but... Are you gonna be okay doing this?
I'll probably get fired. It's okay, though. Don't worry about me. Think about yourself. Think about the future. There might be more options than you think.
You're far. Alrighty. Did it help them? Why would I go with Soren, Rainier, Ray? Nobody. I'm not feeling like going raw rebellious, man. But out of these four, I mean, Ray's hard up on the Skanda shit. I mean, having the machine just be a listening machine, I guess, can be helpful, but is that really the best call? I don't know. Doesn't seem helpful. And if people just want, like, the drugs and just to fucking go on with their day, and it just gives them, like, a week of release until they come back, then, I mean, I don't know if that's really good in the long run. Well, it's something that'll let them just kind of be done, right? With having to go there. I'm sure if we go hang out with Nora Ray, we're gonna be fucking or some shit, dude. Say nobody. Let's go hang out with Nora. I don't care for her that much, but I think maybe out of all those options, it's best. She represents more of like doing your own deal.
You know what I wish? I wish Elisa's made a rack mount version of the Andromeda.
See, I don't give a fuck.
What's this you're talking about?
Sorry. The Andromeda was like a synth that was like, just this real beast, you know?
Go on.
How can I describe it? It has this great fat American sound.
Jesus,
but the keyboard is heavy and hard to carry around. So I wish they put it in a box. Don't
Did we
look at
make
me
a
like
mistake?
That. Yes, this is what I do all day.
I think out of all the poisons, this was the least deadly, man. Ray was decent too, but if it was gonna end up in a romantic way, I don't think Ray's like, boom, you know. But it might not be that way.
I stay inside my flat, buried in my synths and techno toys. To be honest, it's been a strange feeling lately. Like, wow, this is really what I do for my living. I don't get invited to attend events and give talks much anymore. The industry moved on. They mostly ignore me now. The people I used to know, they don't stay in contact. I'm not useful to know anymore. It's like the establishment is a big bus pulling away from me, and I'm standing by the side of the street watching it drive away.
It's like, I get behind the like freeing kind of mentality she's got going on here, like to just fucking be like an individual or whatever the fuck, but like she's so like anti like typically anti-corporation or anti-establishment kind of shit. Almost just like lame, right? Like I'm not saying I disagree with her on like some very base levels or some shit, but like I just don't really like the way she says a lot. The chip on the shoulder shit. But like out of all four of those people, I'll say Erlen would. I would fucking want to hang out with Erlen, man.
But you know, I'm happy with this. I don't have to worry if someone is friends with me just because I work at Skanda.
Yeah.
I don't feel this weird oppressive hierarchy where people try to figure out where they are relative to you on a ladder when they first meet you. It's nice to be free of that, you know. I don't hold power anymore. I would never go back. Not to Skanda or any other big tech place.
Can't make any changes though either, man. But does our characters, everyone really care how much change you can make?
Not for any amount of money.
Charity kind of has. It's like
That sounds great. I'm a little envious, even.
You could join me. I want to make something big, a great big work of art, you know? I don't quite know what it's going to be yet, but I've got the ideas running around. Evelyn, what if we work together on it? I feel like we could accomplish a lot working together, no? Well, you don't need silly guys like Soren or Rainer. We should be building amazing things for ourselves, not for anyone else.
there's also reality. No idea what you'd want to make though. Is this what our character wants? I mean, I guess she said she was envy.
I have no idea what you'd want to make, though.
Well, we'll get to that part. Don't worry about it for now. Maybe we can make an installation. I have a friend looking for something to do with this warehouse space in Sodo that would be perfect for some kind of location-based experience. Or maybe I could make music, and you could come up with a visual engine that we could perform together. We'd have to come up with a band name. Oh, wait. I just had an incredible idea. Hold on. Okay, listen to this. What if we created an open source version of the Eliza core? Get that software into the hands of the people where it belongs, not owned and controlled by a big company. That might make Rainer angry. Wouldn't that be great? Maybe the Humanitarian Software Foundation would help us. Couldn't you see them getting on board with this idea?
That's an interesting thought.
Evelyn, being around you is very nice.
Yeah, it is.
You make me feel so calm, like everything is going to be okay. I know you have things to do and plans and so on, but whatever you decide, I hope we could still hang out together.
Although they don't push the romance to it, I don't really care what the romance angle is.
Yeah, I'd really like to. I don't know why we never did this before. Too busy, I guess.
Or maybe we weren't ready.
Ready?
People change. Situations change.
Well, I'm ready now. I'm sorry it took so long. Sometimes I forget there are people who care.
Evelyn, you could stay over one night. I mean, if you wanted. It doesn't have to be
two
tonight,
horny
of
girls.
course. Just if you feel like it.
Maybe
Just happen to be in the same place.
Maybe I will. Sometime.
Just really horny and really. The air so clear and cold. The sound. What is the sound? I don't know my Seattle places. Damien Roland's electronic. She was my waifu forever. She was gonna come work on me. Cuck in the shell, dude. A standalone man. Cuck in the shell. The man who likes to watch. Stand alone, Bruce. Watch alone, man. So I'm guessing you can have a bunch of different choices here at the end. So this is what I was wondering, like, I'm glad they didn't decide for you, because I think that would have been the worst, considering how all the option had like a good amount of like reasons to do them and nuance and all that shit between them. So I was like, they either leave it kind of just ambiguous, kind of have her just maybe do something, end it before that kind of choice, or probably give you a very detailed list of choices and shit, right? That feel more natural, possibly. I mean, it's like, I think the only other choice would have been like, I mean, just say fuck everybody, or try to work on Eliza again and see if you can change it, but dunno. I assume the others were something. I don't think Soren's ever really was a thing, man. Soren seems too self-serving. He's too much of a shitty dude. They've had bad history before. And his technology, while, yeah, I could see it having some, it could help people, I could also see it not doing a whole lot of good things. It could be bad, so. With the company, I was like, it was bad news for sure. Dude was horrible, but like, at least maybe you could have like done something from within, but unlikely, man. I like the idea better that they would make their own thing again. It's kind of interesting. Like maybe keep going, but just away from all that. Whoop! Oh, now we choose. Continue working as a proxy, join Soren in a startup. Work for Reno on developing Eliza. Independent path and pursue, it's like pursue art. Leave everything. Do you want to hang out again? Like, fucking. I mean, I'm in the leave everything or go with Nora route, or not terribly far behind the Skanda one. I don't think staying as a proxy is great. That's just essentially like leaving everything behind, but you get the trouble of having to be a fucking like the mental strain of being a proxy and seeing everything. Like, if you do this, you have to see everything that goes wrong with the thing you made and know that you can't like change it. Right? This seems like the worst option. Like, if you wanted to stay along with the company at this point, I would rather be developing it. If she has like a big moral fucking choice or problem with what's going on. Soren's a fucking joke. But it's like just art. I mean, yeah, it's not the art part of it. I think that'd be interesting here. It's that it's more independent and she could still work on Eliza. They brought it up, so we're gonna go with this, even though I'm not huge into Nora. And I mean, I'm not saying there's anything problem with art. I'm just saying like the independent part's kind of more interesting. Yeah, your own company. And even though Ray's like, well, not all of us get a choice to do our own thing, it's like, that doesn't mean that the person shouldn't take it, right? Like, Evelyn is in a position. She doesn't have a family. She is smart enough. She has contacts, opportunity. Like, is it really wrong just because some people can't take opportunities to not take it yourself? Like, sure, we'll have her ire or whatever directed at us, man. Oh, that's the right word to use. Like, man, you gotta do your own deal, man. There are some meaningful choices, for sure.
No, this will work.
Oh, it's Damien.
Are you sure?
Oh no.
I promise.
Please be safe, Damien.
Of course I'll be safe.
Would anyone like to have more wine?
Is Nolan North? I don't think it is it?
I think I'm good for right now.
Nah, see? See? There it goes.
Don't. I hope it's not. It's not, is it? It's like kind of close, but I don't think it is. But Yuri Lowenthal's in this game, man. Roger Craig Smith. What has he done? We've only heard a couple lines. Just cost. Sonic the Hedgehog, dude. Sonic? I'm curious on some of these other ones. A lot of Marvel shit. Oh, he's Ezio. Oh, he's Chris Redfield too. Maybe that's where I'm hearing it. Chris, man. What's good? Chris.
Fire.
The art's pretty crisp in this though.
Agent of destruction and creation.
Not just like the actual like, you know, detail and shit, but pretty nice atmosphere, right? Like the opening title menu and shit. It's a nice big kind of like gray. It has kind of like a. It's not like a sad feel, but it kind of has an atmosphere. Right? It looks nice. It's keen out. I like this one. I think the art's been pretty good in this.
Something nice about a campfire deep.
I don't say how it's shot, but you know they go for some interesting little. They're all interesting to look at least. Even a little animation.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for coming out here with me. I know camping isn't really your thing.
Okay, I can hear it now. I can hear Chris now. It took a few seconds.
Well, I mean, not Evelyn's thing, but I don't know about you, Nora.
Maybe a couple times when I was a kid.
I thought maybe since we're in pretty deep on all the things we're working on right now, we could all use it. Because I used to, you know, when things got really bad, I'd come out into the woods and just be there. And it helped me. So I thought, maybe it would help you too. I don't know if it'll inspire you or what, but if more people could experience something like this, you know, something with the same meaning it holds for me.
It is nice. Honestly, I've been doing alright. Better than before, that's for sure. Finals are soon, but I'm not too worried.
You know, Evelyn's got her dissertation to finish up.
Oh, how's that going, Evelyn?
Oh, Nora. Nah, I know. You know you're not supposed to ask how the dissertation is going.
Is that a rule?
Pour me that drink anytime.
Yeah, see?
Yes, let's have a drink. I'm still kind of freezing, even with this fire going.
See, this is where I don't like Nora as much. It's like, I agree about the being an individual and maybe doing your own thing, having your own contract and company, that kind of thing, but Nora herself, like the constant rock star, and drugged up here, boozed up here, like, I mean, that shit's fine, and, you know, a certain amount, but it's not, that would not be my style, man, it's all the time, like, non-stop activist freedom mode, you know, like, okay, that should get old, man. But out of all the choices,
delicious. You know, I've never actually had mulled wine like this before.
No, my family.
not that it's bad here,
around this
but
time of year.
just like all the time.
You take white wine and add what? cinnamon, orange.
Yeah, those, and cloves, and anise, star anise, and honey. That's it. Quite simple.
It's really warming me up.
That's what it's for. Ugh, so good. Evelyn, you doze off or something?
No, I'm awake. I was just looking at the fire. Kind of staring at it, I guess.
What do you see?
Everyone. People. Us.
I don't know what that means.
I think if we were going to make something to help people, it would be something that helped them see themselves. Something that reflected back on them somehow. Just a thought. It's probably nothing.
No, I like that though. Yeah, something to help you reflect. I think that's the right track. I'm really looking forward to working on these ideas with you two. And just as soon as all this nonsense with school is over.
I mean, that's cute, but Eliza isn't even like that at this point, right? Like, it does let you reflect a bit, but it also doesn't treat you, doesn't help you. Sometimes reflecting, I mean, is that enough? Would you rather have something that could actually help you? I mean, in the cases we saw, it wasn't really doing much. It might as well have just not been there. I mean, maybe it would have been worse otherwise, I don't know, but... Maybe it was just a shit idea. Maybe it was just bad. I mean, sure, there could be a point where it could be better. I mean, I think maybe it did a good job of reflecting. But there has to be something after, right? Like, maybe it was the problem of the corporation where it turned into a therapy thing. Maybe it wasn't supposed to be intended to be a therapy thing. Maybe it's just supposed to be a simple app where it just asks you generic questions to make you think about shit, right? Maybe they didn't have enough vision for it, or didn't get to work with it long enough to really make it right.
There's so many bad things happening.
It's a different thing, man.
But I don't know. Somehow, for some reason, I feel like the future is going to be okay. I don't know why. I have this feeling that we're the ones. We're the ones who are going to fix it. Not we, like, you or me, but I mean, like, our generation.
Perhaps.
Sure, man.
I think we will.
The important thing is to try. I feel like that's what we're meant to do. We're meant to try.
Sometimes you get tired of trying. Well, at least I do.
That's my thing too, is you could say her way of going about it is just kind of giving up, yeah. That's where I was kind of like, maybe you could agree with the Skanda thing. The problem is, man, like, maybe you could still do, work with Eliza or something, but like they said, open source, do your own thing. Like, I don't know if trying for something that's like, I mean, it's a cute notion, but it's like you're working for, I mean, like, just rationally, logically, it's just like you're working for like a pretty fucking corrupt institution there. Like, I mean, it might not be the best thing to put your tries towards, man. Like, I don't know if they're trying to like twist it to have you regrets about maybe not going towards Skanda, or maybe they're trying to hit everything here. And I'm just not seeing the other routes.
I wonder what things will be like 10 or 20 years from now. Will we have achieved our goals?
I think this is a good scene, though. Showing you the beginning, more personal. Show you Damon, who they talk about a lot.
What would we say to our younger selves?
No, when he's dead.
The future we want, the future we're trying to create, did it even happen? Future selves, tell us if it happened, okay? Come back in time, just tell us that you made it happen, please.
Also interesting hearing Chris's voice actor, not just doing the typical Chris voice. Because when I played Dying Light, I was like, yeah, he's just doing Chris. Like, is that just what he does? Or, like, here he's doing something a little different, so. Maybe it's just the director or voice direction they always have him do.
Damien.
It's the wine.
It's more than just the wine.
I'm just interested in the future, that's all. My future, your future, humanity's future. Of course, right now, the only future I can picture is the headache I'm gonna have tomorrow morning, but...
No reason to worry about it now.
You know what, you're right. I'll have some more.
Of course.
I think I'm passing out.
Well, it is pretty late.
Good night, Evelyn.
All right, good night, Evelyn. Hey, I know you've been working hard, so have a good rest, okay? You deserve it.
Damien seems like a stand-up guy, man.
Okay, we're going to start with the basic waveforms. An analog oscillator can generate several different basic waveforms, and each has a different sound to it.
I mean, of course, the talk is going to be refused.
That's a sine wave.
I don't give a fuck about all that shit.
That's a square wave. That's a sawtooth wave. And that is a kind of similar to sine, isn't it? That's it. Those are the basic types.
And, you make everything out of those?
Well, it gets more complicated quickly, but let's start with that. Okay, now that you have an output wave, you want to change the pitch.
Like, picking this route, I'm kind of more like in the just go figure out your own path thing. I mean, if you want to spend time here, that's cool and all, but I don't know if they're pushing the music with Nora a bit.
That's easy, right? It's the frequency of the wave.
But that's just the character. It's not like we made the choice, but it's not like I'm like, it's not like a total self-insert thing. I'm just curious what they're going to do.
And then you have the amplitude of the wave.
I'm sure each route has the negatives and positives, which is what's interesting about it. Is it's not like just a surefire, like, yep.
To shape the sound to make it more like a note and less like a constant. So the
ADSR, you're going too fast.
Attack, decay, sustain, release. Very simple. The simplest kind of envelope, really.
I need to, like, write all this down or something.
No. You'll learn it in no time.
Nora, you just went through like 10 different concepts and I didn't get any of them.
Here, let me just put an envelope on this. And a filter envelope.
Nora.
Listen to this. See? It sounds like a musical instrument now. And all it is an oscillator shaped by envelopes and filters and driven by a loop sequencer.
Okay, but I don't know how you turn those beeps into that.
You just need to start playing with it.
But I don't know anything yet.
Yes, you do. You know the basics. Just start playing around. Come on, Evelyn. Try to experiment, okay? Pretend you're like a child and just do things. Don't worry about expertise or sounding good or whatever. It's supposed to be fun. So have fun!
We just hear like fucking horrible hell noises. So she made her own music.
Isn't this a beautiful track, everyone? It's the very first track ever by this girl right here. Everyone, let her know we want to hear more of her music, okay? Woo! You hear that? Yeah, what do you say, Evelyn?
of this, but I'm in love with it. Tonight, I'm in love with everyone, everything, even myself. I've never felt like this before, and I have no idea what I did to deserve it. But for the moment, I'm filled only with gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for everything that led me to this place right here, this moment. Thank you.
Groovy. Matthew C.G. Burns. And he took a piss after the credits. Normally I would start talking about the game, but I think I did the music too. Wonder if that has any play on it, right? Like he makes the music. There's a music person route. Like, is there any subtle pushes towards that? I mean, they do make a lot of the other routes seem kind of negative. You just have to have a personal issue with her thing, but I mean, they push you towards them too. I'm not saying that's how it was. I'm just saying like maybe there's a little something about it. It wasn't made by a lot of people, but I guess at the end wouldn't have to be. Anyways, I'm gonna go take a piss, and then we'll come back and talk about it a little bit, and then I guess we'll see what's up. I was like daytime now. That's cute. Cute. Choices, decision. So you can make little, like, you get little choices to kind of expand upon shit, but there's a hard decision section. I like that. I kind of don't like sometimes when it's this, like, it depends on how bad the writing is. When it's like this vague set of points that get calculated and then it makes the final decision for you. Right? Like sometimes you might just agree with somebody just to see what they have to say, or maybe you're not sure yet. You know, like there's some times where, yeah, your choices have consequences, that kind of shit, whatever. But like, in some situations, like I don't think every game, every single choice needs to be pushed towards some like number. I think having like a hard choice at the end where you get to think over everything is cool for this kind of thing. Instead of like this constantly calculating, changing thing. It's done? I mean, it was... it was like 8 or 9 hours. I was expecting 6 or 7. If you want, Klitzu, I'm down. I'm gonna come back and talk about this a bit after a quick piss, but then I'll turn off the stream, and if you want, I'll play it and as soon as we're set up, if you want. That's totally up to you, man. Anyways, I'll be right back, guys. Okay. So, overall, I thought this was great. I thought it was good. I think the biggest takeaways from this is the amount of nuance, the amount of different kind of thought-provoking perspectives on all these different technologies and kind of little routes of thinking there were, but none of them seemed totally, black and white. I thought that was really neat. There's a lot of stuff, a lot of just the dialogue felt very human. It's very well acted. You could infer a lot from a lot of it, but they never just expressly just told you exactly what to feel or what was going on. Like Catchman Bow's running around. But anyways, yeah. So I thought that was cool. Like there'd be characters who talk about some of their problems, and you could kind of gather from the way the system reacted to them, from what they said, from slight changes sometimes in the voice acting, like what was really going on, things you should be thinking about. Everything was pretty loaded, right? Like some of the early ones, like you could tell the treatment's not that good. They don't say the treatment's not good. They don't tell you what to think, but you can gather that the treatment's not too good. You're wondering if it helps, but they tell you sometimes, yeah, the statistics are there, it helps, but then it doesn't seem like it helps. And they make it very, very open to interpretation, which is cool. You know, some guys are shitty. There was guys that were shitty, and I was thinking of going down their route because they made such a good case as to, you know, opportunity, which was interesting because it's all about tech field and shit. Like maybe she could make a change by working with somebody bad, right? And I mean, it's a cool deal. So I thought it was pretty engaging the whole way through. Each individual person who came and you know, would talk to her and shit had an interesting story. I thought you got a good idea of a lot of their personality, be it just through the voice acting, the situations, just the dialogue in general. I thought that was well written. It was refreshing to have something that I could sit here and talk about, and I wasn't just trying to like force anything or anything. But, you know, I was generally wanted to talk about something or discuss maybe or think about some of the stuff they brought up, and it felt very natural. It wasn't just trying to be like Uchikoshi or something, right? Where you just randomly just shit some philosophy on the screen and you just think about it or something, right? Not that I'm saying I don't like me some Uchikoshi, well, at times. But there's a lot more subtlety there. It feels a lot more relatable. It feels a lot smarter. That kind of thing. I mean, it is something more based in reality. So, of course, there's that, right? But I think it does a good job of it. It's immersive. I think the art's really nice. I don't mind the character style. I think it's not traditional like anime or like overly like any kind of like ugly Western art. I think it's got its own little deal and it looks nice and it meshes with the backgrounds. I think there's enough animation in the backgrounds that it feels like it has pretty good budget. You got like a solitaire game. A lot of the conversations happen on phones or on the internet or something, and I think that's an interesting way of kind of getting you into the world a bit more and letting people talk to you at, you know, opportune moments, or, you know, you'll get an email about an article that somebody was talking about and you get to see both sides of it, and everything's kind of like paced right but also told in the right kind of vehicles, right? Like either on the phone or something else to not break the immersion or anything. Like Soren doesn't just appear at their place and start talking to them, right? Like he'll hit you on the phone or he'll ask you to dinner or something like that. You do have to infer time a bit too much, maybe. It's definitely like you know, you definitely are not seeing all of her, I assume, work she does here. They say, oh, this is going to happen next week, this is going to happen that week, and then it kind of just jumps to it. and then they kind of just talk about her working there and she's got a good track record or something, but it doesn't feel like you're helping people. So you just kind of infer it's been a while. So if there's any little oddity, I guess that's kind of it. I like that the choices, there's a lot of them, but she doesn't feel like a self-insert. It has choices that aren't super black and white. It'll be like, you know, different flavors of disagreement or just, you know, asking for more info. You know, you'd be like, oh, well, this does, you know, like you'll give them like a question almost instead of like a yes or no. And they'll go into it. Not everybody's immediately like offended by stuff and shit. And it's interesting. It's touch more like a real conversation, right? Instead of some like hard route choice kind of thing. And then at the end, I mean, it does come down to like one hard choice, yeah, which I thought was neat. Like for the finale, right? Like you pick all of these things, get your information, agree and disagree, and maybe the characters change a bit, or you get a better understanding of her character, and then pick based on that, or pick based on what you think. And it's cool, and they don't say it's like right or wrong. I mean, of course they paint your final choice in a positive light, but even then, you're kind of doubting it a little bit. Stuff like Damien talking about, you know, oh, we're gonna make a change and all that. And it's like, is her just sitting there doing music? Is that really, you know, what Damien was wanting? Like, do you have any regrets, kind of thing? I mean, I think it's interesting. So, yeah, it was good. Music was cool. It fit. I think some of it could be easy listening outside of the game, but it was all pretty cohesive. It didn't feel like. Not that there's a problem with changing genres a bunch, but I think it all meshed pretty well together. But it had identity, I guess. I don't know what else to say about it. Yeah, for a short VN, I mean, it gets through a lot. Makes you think about a lot, but it's still paced well. And, no, I think it's good. I thought that was pretty great. I mean, it's not like, I know it's not shitty, fucking, we're blasting ass. It's not like grand and epic in scale. I mean, it does have some implications and talks about some big topics, but it's not like insane, you know? So, I mean, to some, maybe it would be a little plain, possibly. But, I think when you get past that surface level, like, you know, you look at it in passing, like, oh, it looks so plain. They're just talking, they're just sitting in a room talking to these people. Like, I think there's some really nice dialogue there. That's where you want to come away from it with, not the choices. So. Anywho, that's the end of that. Would definitely recommend it. I liked it more than I thought I would. Didn't know what to expect, really, though, but clocked in at about 8 or 9 hours, so I think that was fun, too. I don't think I would have wanted it to be much more. I think there's a couple times I was like, maybe we could be done now, but then I was like, oh, we're gonna do another. Is it resonating sound? Small hum. How about now? Better? Okay. It was probably touching a piece of metal. But yeah. Yeah. I thought it was nice. I think there was times I was like, okay, you know, oh, we're gonna do another interview, and I was like, at the very beginning of the, you know, the little proxy sessions, I was like, oh, well, here's another one. But I wasn't like bored, but I was like, it kind of had that feeling. But then as soon as you get into the dialogue, you're into it. So it always manages to keep you hooked with just solid dialogue. I think the beginning has got a good hook. They give you like the crazy bad parts of it and start making you think about the idea of being the proxy and shit, and then it starts to broaden out. And I think it's just well done. Well, that was good. Would recommend. So